I hope everybody is able to feel the effects of this. And so if you're not sensitive to feel it now, just take a juxtaposition between now and like 3 or 4 days from now and just kind of notice your energy. Okay. Notice if that there should be less spikes, less exhaustion in the afternoon, more of an even energy. Okay. And that'll be for like neurological fatigue and adrenal fatigue. We're hoping to everybody with experiences that or suffers from that to feel better. I normally have my eyes closed the entire time. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the clock. And I'm like, I don't really know what time this ends. So that's funny to me. So I'm laughing on the inside. Maybe I have 1 more minute. Okay, I feel a little bit of somebody's stomach, kind of little butterflies. So I'm going to work on that. There we go. That feels good. All right, I hope everybody gets some rest and some recuperation. And has less energy crashes. And hope to see you again next week. Well, it will be, I think, the 3rd of July, so the day before 4th of July. Really have to note when when this ends. I'm so sorry. I'm still working, but I am going longer than I was thinking I would. So I'm excited. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of the show tonight with all the lovely, lovely, gifted, and talented practitioners that come on here.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader with over 10 years of experience, and I have over a dozen healing certifications, everywhere from Reiki Mastery to sound therapy. So I do a little bit of it all, but at the end of the day, I simply like to say I am a channel of spirit, and I bring messages from spirit for those who find me. And if you're looking for me, you can find me here on A1R Radio, or you can find me on my website or Facebook page, and that is at solaris.1OEN. And I always love to start out with a collective message. And so this is typically what to expect during the next 7 days, but I think I'm going to extend it to the rest of the month. In this month, it seems like the collective energy is trying to find balance again, specifically for finances. So if you've been finding yourself spending a little bit more money than you probably should, this is a time to take a step back and look at your finances and make sure that you're not spending more than what you have coming in. And also, if you owe somebody money or somebody owes you, just keep tabs on that so it doesn't build up and creates an imbalance in all of your scales. It also requires some extra work possibly around this week. So there just may be joy around your workplace as well, which is fantastic to hear. Maybe you're going on vacation, or maybe you're just really enjoying work this week with your coworkers. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, it's about not giving up for the rest of the month.
Thank you.
really well. And so, do we have a caller on already? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Hi,
Hello?
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So, as we're going around the collective energy, right? You're coming in here already. And so, just to wrap up this message is to make sure that you are having courage and you are protecting yourself. And also, it's okay to save money, but it's also understanding that balance of you don't have to be overly cautious and really making sure that you are making good decisions, especially when it comes to those less fortunate. So if you are in a position to share some, maybe that's donating or just buying someone a meal, that'd be very fantastic for the rest of the month. But yeah, it just seems very materialistic in a good way in finances for June. And so, okay, Tabitha, coming in today on this beautiful Wednesday, how to think about the day. How are you today? Doing good?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. A little bit scattered, it seems like, but hopefully this messages come in quite clear for you. Do you have any questions or anything specific?
No, I'm open for anything. I just want to see if any of the loved ones on the other side come in.
All right, we can check into that too. So as of right now, I'm going to just step into your energy, which is surrounding you. And yeah, as I was saying, as you were coming into that collective reading, is that you've been working hard and you've been trying to learn new skills, and that skill set's going to begin paying off. You still have more to learn, so you still have some extra steps there, but what you have been learning, you're, even though it may be a little bit traditional, it's also untraditional in a way where it's like a mix of things. But it seems like as you are working in this skill set, you're seeking out more people and more mentors that are aligning with what you want to know in the future. And you have some very significant life experiences coming up over the next couple months. I'm seeing particularly every 16th of the month from now onward just being kind of like a good day for you, a day for you to learn. But in 9 months, there's going to be a massive shift to where you are right now. And while you may not necessarily want to hear this right now, the next 9 months is going to be about you. So while you may be, whether you're not in a relationship or not, the focus is going to be you. It's time for you to really understand what you want to experience in this life. So there will be some time where you are just alone, but not in a bad way. It's you're taking time to learn who you are, to learn what you like again. There's also some spiritual teaching going on again. So I'm seeing a lot of little stepping stones for a lot of spirituality. So if you've been wanting to dive into a little bit more on that, this is saying, hey, it's time to start learning. But while you
Yeah.
are in this quiet time over the next 9 months, you are going to gain so much knowledge. Like things are going to start moving quickly that you're not going to have time to worry about other people, which is fantastic because it's just the energy is so congruent with your growth that it's fantastic because you're going to find solutions to things that you never would have thought of if you were surrounded by other influences. So it's really about coming up and catering to your own creativity. And so you can build that and realize how much you actually have to give without others' influences. And that's coming back into yourself. And once you come back into yourself, you're going to find all this beautiful balance. And this is a Two of Cups. I know you're not going to be able to see it well on camera. But coming in and finding more balanced relationships. There is a tad bit of romance here, but I'm seeing this more as you coming home to yourself, especially if you have a lot of Gemini places. It's going to be like, hey, I'm going to come in, I'm going to balance myself finally. Where you are a unique person, you have all these dualities of yourself, but it's like, hey, now I'm pulling it all together. So I'm truly me. And when you are stepping up to yourself, that's when you're going to be bringing more people to you, right? We're going to step away from being alone and stepping into your tribe or your community that you're looking for, where you have similar interests and goals. But not only that, you're going to find people you are going to be able to build a future with. And that's friendships that is coming into for romance as well, and creating a better family foundation. Now, this is going to go on for a little while. Again, that 9-month period. And now I'm hearing that 16 is also 9 months to 16 months is where things are going to continue to change for you. But overall, there are plans that you currently have that are needing revision. There's more going on in the background that you don't know yet, and Spirit's not going to tell you, because it's about your experience of learning. So you may have something in your mind of like, okay, I need to make the decisions. Okay, in 6 months from now, I got to do this. And then 8 months from now, I got to have this plan and I need to be in this stage. Don't stop planning. It's not going to work right now because it's about you. And it's about where are you going next. So if you're planning with another person, it's not going to work out for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, because right now I'm trying to get my foster license so my niece could come home.
Mm-hmm.
So I've just been trying to breathe. So I'm just trying to see if that's going to work out, like if I'm going to actually be a foster mom.
Yeah, let's see if we can get more information on that. It does seem like public recognition coming in. So definitely with that balance, seeing that balance in the court system as well to make sure that, so that does seem like it's possible. It's not going to be overnight. It's going to be a little bit longer than you hope. I don't see movements within 5 days. I'm seeing the number 5 and it doesn't even feel like 5 weeks. Seems like, okay, you get like partial visitation rights or something, but it doesn't feel like full custody yet. There's a lot of going back and forth, it seems, possibly with a different family or it's another family member stepping in and creating a little bit of tension regarding your niece. But overall, it seems whoever you get as a judge overseeing this, or the social worker, it does seem like they're going to be in favor of you, because as you're spending some time alone and you're breathing, as you were saying, it's going to be clear who is going to be the best match. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I hate when we don't have the information exactly as we want it to be, but overall it does seem very favorable. It's just not going to be quick. And I don't think that's a surprise, especially when we are coming into any type of judicial system. So sleep nights, allow yourself to get some sleep, because you can't control it. You are going to do all the right things as far as paperwork and getting things done, making sure your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed. But you're in this hanged man period. And what that means is that you just got to be patient and wait, because it's not
going to happen like ASAP.
Yeah.
She's just in a bad place right now. So I'm just trying to like get her to me so she can be safe and not feel like she's not taken care of.
Mm-hmm. And it does seem, if you have that ability to provide in a materialistic way in the moment, whether that is like giving her snacks that she can have in her house, or just things to make sure that she's kind of taken care of if she's in the position where she is allowed to like put that in her room. I don't know the exact situation, but just being there and continuing with all the challenging situations, follow your intuition. And if that intuition is telling you, if you wake up in the middle of your night, if you're like, something's just not right, follow it. But it seems like with what's falling into part, she is finding a lot of comfort in routine. So that is going to help a lot too. Again, it seems like an overall situation, but the worst isn't going to end until about 5 weeks. And that's when you're going to see that shift to go forward.
Okay.
And I wanted to check in to see if we had any of your past family members, because you were curious about that coming forward. Let's see, let's tap in. So I am getting the angel Gabriel stepping forward, and he is typically very good at helping with messages. So let's see what we have. We do have somewhat of a younger female, not a sister, not an aunt, doesn't even feel like a cousin. It's not in any of your immediate relatives. It seems a couple of generations ago is what I'm seeing. What does this individual have to tell you? They are helping you make long-term plans. So they are really helping you, particularly with your niece, bringing that forward, because it seems like there has been some family dynamics across several generations where you had split families and you had extended families coming into other families for that most happiness. So it seems like this ancestor, it does feel like on your mother's side, but again, it is not an immediate figure. You never had met her. She passed way before you were born, but she is helping you, and she is telling you not to give up and to protect what you have created, and having courage and believing in yourself is going to make sure that you create the home that you need to, and a home that builds happiness and love and joy. It is going to be comfortable for you. It's going to fill your heart space with joy. So don't give up, keep going. You have some fighters in your ancestry. So thank you for calling, Tabby.
Well, hello everyone. Glad to have you with us. I'm Deborah Lee, joined by my co-host, and he rides shotgun on, all the shows.
I am a co-pilot.
This is Jim, or otherwise known as Jimbo. And we are using ordinary playing cards as the focal point for the readings that will be conducted during the show. This is just a little quickie backgrounder here. This is a method that my grandmother taught me way back in the 80s. And it took me about 4 months to pick it up. And I have been developing and expanding on her principles all these many years. And I'll tell you, there have been people from all walks of life, from every country you can imagine around the world, except Russia. I don't think I've ever had somebody call.
Nor China.
But all the rest, yes. And I'll tell you, the one thing that I find is universal and everlasting is the energy of love. Now, please bear in mind, as we give our readings on the show, they are not confined simply to love. Okay, we do career readings. We also do family, friends, coworkers, you name it, just about we can do it. But we have to hold back on medical and legal. We don't have the right shingle to hang out for that. And the internet gods do get a little bit noisy if we start dispensing that kind of information. So I wanted to mention, this is going to be our psychic soup little moment here.
Soup is good food.
Yes, it is. And we are going to do a tiny psychic soup segment of something in the news every single week. I think we need to talk about Harry and Meghan. Oh, yeah. I did the readings on them when they got engaged. I did readings on them toward the birth of their first child. And I've also done readings since the news has broken that Netflix said, adios, no more 100 million deal. They're going to let Meghan do her second season of With Love, Meghan. And it's kind of like a pat on her shoulder as she exits, because they're finding these people just don't know how to create content, how to make it work. And, that probably takes a lot of specialization. You're probably dying to know, what did the cards hold? Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, the Queen had a lot to do with the divide that happened between Harry, her grandson, and Meghan, the woman he married. All right. And that was a big wedge. All right. Meghan held a lot of power, able to go from saying, I don't want to live here anymore, to I just might kill myself. And that was leverage with Harry. I saw on the cards. Harry loves her, dude. He really does. And she is still, I want to say social climber, but it's bigger than that. It's more fame climbing, fame whoring, possibly.
It almost rhymes with flame throwing.
Almost.
Maybe they're synonymous.
So
In her case.
she's going to lick her wounds for a while over losing her big shot at continued fame. She had a pretty good taste of it during her Suits seasons that she, did the acting in the show. I liked her then, and thought she had talent. What's going to happen now, according to my readings, is that they are going to become, and this was also in the news, so I'm not revealing something startling here, but it is going to come to pass that they're going to become part-time royals, because William is already taking over many of the duties, and will need somebody close at hand, kind of like being the hand. If you watched all those,
Yes, the king's hand.
that's right.
Yes.
And William will become king, and so he wants Harry to bring his star power. As for Meghan, she's going to try to dig in her heels. She wants to live the good life in California. And to tell you frankly, I think Harry's the one that's going to keep that marriage together. And who knows what the future will bring? The future's very fluid. Oftentimes, what we see initially will be a horse of a whole different color later on. So I wanted to bring that forward as our psychic soup moment. And just a little tidbit on Mr. What's his first name? Kohlberger. I forgot his first name.
Doesn't matter.
The killer of those Utah.
Idaho.
Oh God, he was sentenced today, and he's got 4 life terms. And I see in the cards, oh, he's going to feel bad because he's probably going to end up not in general population because everybody's going to want to kill him. But he's probably going to have to spend the rest of his life like a cave dweller all alone. And that's the end of my psychic soup moment. We can get to some readings.
All right. Well, first, I want to welcome everybody. I'll remind you this show is for informational and educational purposes only. And if you're international, we will give you live international shout outs. Don't you worry, because the show's available to people around the world. So
And it's the wee hours of the morning.
it depends on where you are, or yes, or could be middle of the day. It depends on where you are on this globe, this rock that we live on, what that time will be. All right. But though, before, when Miss Deborah is done with her reading, before you go, I'm going to draw you a bonus card from another deck. It's an oracle deck, has nothing to do with her method. And this deck is Archangel Michael's Sword of Light deck. So I will draw you a single random card. It'll be very quick. And I'll read you the message from Archangel Michael himself. So that's all I got to say about that. So let's get the show on the road. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to our first caller.
All right, I'm all set.
It is Joe. He is in Davenport, Iowa. Welcome.
Hello, Joe. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Good to have you with us,
Hey,
Joe. Taking your call.
thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for being patient with us.
Yes, so tell us what brings you to the show, Joe.
Well, I had a government position that I thought was going to be a
position I was going to hold for 5 to 10 years. I really had a really good first week. And then randomly on the first day, the next week, so this last Monday, I got let go of the job based off an allegation that I said something that I 100% unequivocally did not say. And I'm just curious if this was something that was about money per se, or if this was somebody who didn't care for me, or if this, what Spirit is saying the reason that I lost this position.
There you go.
I was
That's a
really
question.
super excited.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
About that.
Right, because what the company tells you isn't necessarily what is reality. So that's a very good question for the cards.
And so you got to work there for a week, is that correct?
Yeah, so for a week, and then I said a racist comment, which I 100% did not. I'm a spiritual practitioner that works with diversity and inclusion, and it's completely outside my character. So I know it was BS, but I don't know. I think my general read on it is that it was my immediate boss that came around on Monday that just did not care for my energy and pushed something through to let me go. I just don't know if that's the correct read on it, and or if I'm going to find something again soon, because it's really put my family in a really hard bind.
Sure it did.
Of course,
Sure it did.
we rely on income. Yep.
And I'll tell you, you don't have to reveal it, but I can see that what was said was extremely defaming. It was totally, out of, well, like you said, out of character for you, but they didn't know you that well. And what you have here, okay, I'm going to give you first we'll say the earthly type of response. Then I'm going to tell you spiritually what this means for you. There were two individuals here. There's a male and a female, and the female was especially working against you. And there is a male here that bought everything that she had to, go ratting on about you that wasn't even true. Okay, that's going to be the earthly type of perception. And with that, they can fire people for anything. You don't have any longevity there. No, what do you call that? No.
A severance needed to don't have to pay any severance.
On a spiritual level, this was a briar patch that it's as if actually you were called from your spirit and told, get out of there. This is a bad environment for you.
It was a sign. They're doing you a favor, even though financially you feel pretty screwed.
And what I can tell you, kind of a download here, their practices are not that kosher. There's a lot there that if there was an oversight committee appearing in, they would be guilty of it.
Sure, if they're inventing cause, you can get sued hard for that, but it's hard to prove. It's one person's word against another,
You just, run, Forrest, run. Get away from there.
It'd be nice if there's a way to prove that they're lying, but it's really hard.
But I'd say the best move is simply, the winning move is not to play. So I would say get out of there. Yes, there's going to be another job. I don't even know if I'd ever mention this out there in the work, in the employment arena, because it's so hard for people to get jobs. I don't know what your economic situation is in Davenport, Iowa, but it's rough all over.
Is this a job that you physically went to, or was it a work from home?
It was a job I went to. It was out in Colorado. I actually live in Colorado, but it was a city job. So I'm concerned about being blacklisted from government jobs moving forward based off of this accusation. So I actually filed an HR complaint that it was unequivocally false, just to cover my basis.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, you got to make sure that you don't just say nothing, because then people will think, well, it must be true. He didn't.
That's right.
He didn't dispute it.
Is Spirit saying I said it? Because I didn't think I said it.
No, they're saying that they have created this situation. This is in spirit, that it was created to get you to hit the exit. And I'm telling you, you're going to be better off.
So basically, like you said, you didn't say it. You knew you didn't say it, and she's confirming you did not say it. It was invented.
They are going to go down somewhere.
Eventually, they're going to
Yeah.
do that one too many times to people.
There's going to be a real house clean, and you didn't need to get caught up in that. So you were saved from a bad situation. But I think what I see here, I think and feel you have excellent qualities for the right place. And when our lives get detoured like that, it means we're headed for bigger and better. And that's what I think for you, Joe, bigger and better. So have faith, and watch and see what happens. And Jim's
Can
got
I
us.
ask one more thing real quick?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm kind of getting the impression that this is trying to push me towards doing what's called the TERP program to being a teacher. I feel like that's kind of the reason I just got jostled like this. But I don't know if that's the higher and greater that I'm meant to do is to teach.
Oh, you know something? I want to totally agree with you, because I do feel you are being called to a greater good than that job that you had undertaken. So you got pushed right to the exit. And yes, if it's in your heart, if it's on your mind, if it's in your spirit, that's a calling that we need to answer. And for you, I think that's it. Number one, right there. So I'd say go after it, chase that dream, make it happen.
So it's fate basically kicking you in the water. And
Yeah.
say, all right, time to swim, buddy. Yep.
It would be the same. Okay, this is extreme. While Jim's getting your card.
Well, I'm getting it
would be
ready.
the same, say, if I decided I needed to go down to the local strip club and make a ton of money instead of doing what I do. If something would happen, I'd possibly break my ankle. You know what I mean? The place would get raided by the police before I can even take the job. Going in the wrong direction, things will happen that will get you back on the track where you belong. All right, Joe.
All right, before we depart, I have an Archangel Michael sort of light card for you. It's an oracle card, and it's a message from Michael. Michael says, all is in perfect timing. And the message says, this is it. It's time to take action now. I will be here to help you every step of the way.
Well, you can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, well,
Michael,
Michael, it is Archangel Michael.
big dog Michael. You know, have you seen his sword?
It's a big, it's a
Big
It's a
sword.
broadsword, two-handed. Yes.
Thank you
Well,
for
only
just
a mighty
confirming
man.
I'm not crazy. I appreciate
You're
it.
Yes.
not.
You are not crazy, and
You're going to be far better off a year from now. You're going to
Yeah.
look back and go,
That's
boy,
right.
am I glad I got out of there. You'll be thanking them in your mind.
yeah, maybe you can let us know about that.
Yeah, I'd love to hear how this turns out for you.
All right.
All right,
All
hon.
right. Well, have a good one.
Alright,
Take care.
Good luck to Joe's
Thank
actually in
you.
Colorado.
Yeah,
Rocky Mountain High,
that's right.
Colorado. All right, no more singing because I don't get paid for that. Actually, I don't get paid, period. All right, we're going to go. Oh, international. Jennifer.
Where's
It looks like
Jennifer?
it's
Hi.
Chatham, Ontario. Did I say it right?
Chatham, yes.
Chatham. Chatham.
Adam.
Yeah, I got it. Yes,
Very nice.
I can screw up any. I can screw up any name. All right, wait. International shout out to Karen, Jennifer. Karen is that stupid
Yeah.
fictitious person we all make fun of.
Yes, hello, Jen. Glad to have you on the show. So
Hi, thank you.
We are originally from Minnesota.
Yes, our neighbor to the north,
Isn't that
Ontario, is the province above Minnesota.
Yeah, Thunder Bay would be the closest.
Closest city.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, Central Bayward.
Okay. Well, you got a lovely
Yeah.
country. People there are so nice. And I'm not just pumping some sunshine up your skirt.
Unless you roll into Montreal, that's a different story.
Yeah, that's different. Those people, I don't know.
But anyway,
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
All right, darling, tell us what is on your mind.
Well, I've just been through like a huge, almost like life transition in a way. I had a huge surgery for my stomach because of some medical conditions that I have in June, and it's been a very bumpy ride. And I've been like trying to review my life, trying to figure out where am I supposed to go, because nothing has ever worked out. Every time I try to do something new with my life and I work really hard, it just seems like I'm always wrong. And I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be doing in my life now at all. I'm just confused. I'm kind of, every aspect of my life is not going as planned. Not love, not work, not anything. So I am
Well, don't
kind
feel
of
alone.
in limbo.
Yeah, I talk to so many and have many on my client list that have gone through they're either going through it now or they have. And I'm going to give you a very good explanation for this.
Some of them feel that their life is in a ditch,
Yeah.
literally.
Yes, absolutely.
Like I said, every aspect. It's like, yeah, I can't, everything sucks, basically, is what a lot of them feel, but it's supposed to pass.
Well, here's the thing.
Here we go.
And I'm going to preface it by saying, please try not to roll your eyes and say, oh my God, Deborah is crazy. Okay, because this is true. What I'm going to tell you here, you are in what my grandmother referred to as a cocoon stage right now. It feels like you're going nowhere. Nothing is working out. But the reality is, okay, here's the part where you're going to think I'm maybe crazy, is that you are a bit ahead of your time. And not everybody has this happen to them. Some of us are moving in sync with the time of our lives that you have traveled, but you're resilient and you have great spirit in you where you've been tested and tried. And from that has come great strength. You may not feel it this minute, but it's there. And you are not one to quit. You won't quit the good things in life. You do have I'm going to say it right to you. The partner coming to you is someone who is, how do you put this? Like well-heeled, has a lot of money, is financially secure.
Financially secure.
Is going to really open up your life, because this is an individual who's been looking a long time for you and, had to get ready for you. And in the meantime, while you're cocooning, you're getting ready for them. So do self-care, learn some new techniques. Meditation has blown my mind. I always thought it was a joke until I actually learned how to do it. It's amazing. Reiki, learn how to become a healer. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that are very reasonably priced to learn, but it's adding to your skill set in ways. And you watch, I say by the first of the year, you're stepping out like Dorothy when she opened that door into the garden. And that garden's going to belong to you. So I really feel you got great things coming for you. Now I have nothing but faith. Now it's up to you to feel the same about you. So Jim's got your card.
I do. Stand by. Do not depart. I have drawn you a card from the Archangel Michael's Sword of Light Oracle deck. And it's interesting because she mentioned this at the end of your reading. I drew the card before she spoke the words. It says, Michael says, increase your knowledge. He says, education brings opportunities. Take a course, pick up a book, or find a mentor to teach you what your soul longs to know.
Wow, I love that. I love that.
That's fine.
And you watch and see.
Yeah, that was good.
if you manifest a future filled with love, happiness, success, the universe is going, the higher power is going to mirror that and bring it to you as a blessing to you.
It's hard to do when you feel down.
And when you feel down, if you
Yeah.
express that misery or that darkness, that unhappiness, the universe says, well, she must kind of like this. So let's give her some more, you know. So
That must have been my problem all these years.
You know,
Well,
hopefully
go ahead.
someday you can truly laugh about this and say, you know what? It was a learning experience. I'm a better person for it because now I'm in a better place.
And remember this, and this goes out
Exactly.
to everybody. The University of Life is a really expensive, hard college.
It
or
is,
university.
yeah, it doesn't give a lot of breaks.
And
Oh,
I
yeah.
almost out like twice, you know, in all that subject matter. Oh,
Uno momento.
all right.
I'm just pointing to 60 seconds, Deb.
No, we're off.
Yes, Deb.
Oh, God.
We have 1 minute. Thank
Sorry,
you very
Jen.
much.
We got to say goodbye to you.
Our neighbor to
you.
the north.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Everybody, please join us on Wednesdays, 9:30 Eastern. Jim, got to say anything? Got something?
Same bat channel.
My
Same
grandma used
time.
to say,
You guess she didn't like that.
to dream is to believe. Once you believe, all things are possible. So with that, we say good night to you.
Adios. See you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Urban Monk's Mindfulness 101, How Thinking is Killing Us. And I'd like to say thank you for spending time with me. And if you're watching this on catch up, where you been? So tonight, I want to talk about that grey, heavy, squishy thing inside the head, the brain. It's linked to all the things we do, because as I've said on previous shows, its only job is to make sure that we don't die. And while I wasn't here last week, I was researching mindfulness, manifestation, and the law of attraction. Science calls it neuroplasticity. It's all the same thing. It's retraining your brain to have new neural pathways to help you learn to do a different kind of thing to what you're used to. So what I'm talking about with that is we think negative things, and as I said before, we get negative shit. If you start thinking positively, neural pathways start to develop in the brain to help you think positively all the time. And then through manifestation, positive things come as a natural byproduct of the way you're living your life and thinking. For example, and it's quite interesting, a couple of days ago, I picked up my guitar from having moved house. It's been in the corner, covered in lots and lots of shit, covered in dust, but I picked it up and started to play. And it was strange that it's been probably a couple of years since I strummed a tune, and I struggled to start with. But as soon as I started, the neural pathways in my brain from previous playing kicked in, and it came back to me in seconds. If you try and teach somebody to learn to play an instrument, it's very, very difficult and very rote-like. A now, B now, C now, etc. But the period of time that I spent away from the guitar, we call it getting rusty. What it basically means is that the neural pathways in the brain aren't connected like they were before. And if you watch my previous shows a couple of years ago, it's obvious that practice makes perfect. And it's not practice making perfect. It's practice making neural pathways. Sports people do it. All musicians do it. The more you play, the more you practice, the more you do it without thinking. So if we talk about the brain and the way it is programmed, if you like, to make sure we don't die, it comes from birth. Basically, the brain is set in a certain way, but it can be changed. It's not inherent in what we do as in fixed and rigid, and that's the way it's always going to be. It's more fluid than that. So if we try a new project or we try a new skill, then we learn a new language. One of the books I read recently, and I can't remember what it's called. My memory's terrible. It says you can't understand a foreign language because the neural pathways for that particular language aren't already set into the brain. So we learn it. We learn what the word for table is in French or Spanish or German, and the brain creates a neural pathway to be able to understand that word the next time we hear it. So guitaring, piano playing, drumming, you don't need to be playing and thinking what's the next chord. It should be automatic. And through that process of practice and developing the neural pathways, then it becomes second nature. That is simply living. We need to learn to live in the moment, be present. And the more we accept the present and we don't stress about the problem, again, the problem that you have, the anxiety you have, is your brain's way of telling the body that there's a tiger nearby or a robber nearby, and you're about to get mugged. So be on alert. The body floods with cortisol, which creates illness or injury. We have that set practice of victim mentality, if you like. You know, we always look out for the bad things. And if we're focusing on the bad, then we can't develop the good. Everything about the brain will focus on the negativity because the ego then is allowed to stay alive. So just taking time out and relaxing and forgetting about the anxiety or the pressures or the issues that you've got, we slowly start to learn or develop the synapses, the neurons inside the brain to create that healthy living on a permanent basis. I was reading a really interesting book. It's manifesting within neuroscience or neuropathy or whatever it is that I got off Amazon Books. And it goes on, it's very, very linked into Nowism, the thing that I talk about constantly, mindfulness. And from a scientific point of view, if we stop and think and focus on the good or take time out to chill and relax through meditation or through whatever, then anxiety can't get in. The body vibrates at that level, the vibrational level of the universe that we want to link into, if you like. And it's kind of like brings us into how we think about things. So get your pen and paper, and I want you to write this down. It's very deep, and it came to me. I read it a few months ago, but it's so pertinent. You know, we spend our life trying to look up to somebody or appease somebody or have a target or a goal or somebody that we look up to. And this saying was, I'm not what I think I am. I'm not what you think I am. I am what I think you think I am. So let that sink in. Write it down. I'm not who or what I think I am. I'm not what or who you think I am. But I am what I think you think I am. Because we spend time focusing on appearance and looking for something else or adulation or acknowledgement from someone else or something else, instead of taking time to just love ourselves. And again, I read in the book, this is quite a deep show, and I apologize for that because I know normally I'm a barrel full of laughs and you can see the halo around my head. The brain is focused on simply keeping us alive. So in the book that I read, and I'll mention it next week, I'll get the title for next week because it really, really is special. We think we live our life. We go about our daily life dealing with the problems that we encounter. But the reality is that the brain creates our life. So, for example, I drive for a living outside of urban monkness when I leave the monastery. And when I take a journey, I'll make a decision. If my sat-nav's not working, for example, I make a decision to turn left or to turn right. My brain made that decision. So whatever happens having turned left, that's created by the brain. It led me into that circumstance. So deep philosophical people say that we don't really exist. This is all just an illusion. And your brain creates the circumstances that you live in to cope with that illusion. Now, Eckhart Tolle is quite deep, and he would say something similar. I like to think that that's the philosophy, but I kind of don't think it's, I don't want to get that deep because a lot of people can't take that sort of bullshit. And I thought what I do now for a living was woo-woo at one point. So we have to kind of slowly raise our level of consciousness to understand that philosophy further on down the line. But take it as a beginner, or if you're experienced and you followed me for a long time, just imagine that can be actually quite truthful. You know, we wake up in the morning and the first thing we see is the side of the bed or the bedroom wall or the TV or the sofa if we've crashed downstairs after too many bourbons. You know, it's the minute your eyes open, you begin to create your reality. And each decision that you make, and each decision that you are guided by that voice in your head, is you creating your day or your life for that moment in time. So we tend to ignore the brain. We tend to think it's just there. Everybody focuses on heart health and, eating the right amount of food or the right kind of food and cutting down the cholesterol because your arteries will start to clog up and you'll start to become ill and blah, 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 blah. But we ignore the brain. Oh, I've got stomachache. I've got pains in my chest. Well, I might have a headache, but I'll take a tablet. We all ignore the brain. And it's there, and it's the life-giving force, and it's what creates our reality. And the voice inside the head that's killing us by telling us to do X, Y, and Z and focus on X, Y, and Z, which really we shouldn't be doing because that's taking us away from what the universe has really got us here for, which is to raise the level of consciousness. And I mentioned last week, people go to see psychics and mediums. And once you start to vibrate on the correct energy level, you automatically link into the psychic world or the spiritual world. Again, I thought it was all woo-woo until I did my road trip, until I found my enlightenment or my purpose in life, really. I thought that was all woo-woo and bullshit. We're just here, we live, we go to work, we die, we get buried. Well, that's not the case. So we live within the universal energy or law, call it God, call it the creator, call it what you want to call it. But it's a real thing, and science is starting to prove that. And science is starting to prove that the brain vibrates at different levels, given different emotions. And before I sign off, I didn't set my timer, so I'm sure Dave will tell me when I'm running out of time. I don't want to overstay my welcome. I want you to do a quick test, right? How thinking is killing you. So when you think thoughts, the thoughts that you're thinking adversely affect the body via vibration or not. 2 minutes. I ain't got my glasses on, but it looks like 2 minutes. So I'll wrap this one up. So I want you to do is get hold of your Adam's apple, just very lightly. Don't squeeze too hard because that can be detrimental to your health. And what I want you to do is close your mouth and just think or say something inside your head like you would be telling your body what to do. And if you're doing it right and you haven't seized up or you're too tense, your Adam's apple will start to move. If you recite the alphabet, by the time you get to G and H, it's bobbing up and down. So thoughts affect the body. So whatever you're thinking, say it out loud, alphabet, inside your head, A, B, C, D. When you say it out loud, the Adam's apple moves up and down. When you say it inside your head, guess what? The Adam's apple moves up and down. So whatever you're thinking adversely affects the body. So thank you for watching. Just do it a test. When you're not tense and not stiff, give it a test. I've got the 60-second get lost warning from Dave. So I'll sign off. Hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com. And this time next week, we will have the website up and running. You can have a look at it now. urmo.uk, Urban Monk, urmo.uk. It's in the process of going live, but you can look at it now. So I'll bid you farewell. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello everyone. Happy Tuesday. It's the end of July. Can't believe how fast this summer is going. But anyway, I'm Robin, and I'm here to do reading for some lucky person if someone wants one. I am a psychic, an evidential medium, and a pet communicator, as well as a mentor. And I have fun doing all of it. Been doing it for, 20 plus years. And I'm now in the Asheville area, but I am originally from the New York, DC area. Anyway, what can I talk about until someone comes in for a reading? So interestingly enough, I did a reading for someone a couple of days ago. It was a pet communication reading, and it was for one of their dogs. And they were very confused because the dog was getting nasty to a neighbor's dog, and this dog never got nasty before. And I kept just getting the impression that this dog was trying to tell the other dog's owner that this dog was in distress and that the dog needed to go to the vet because it was in distress. It was having trouble breathing, and this dog was like a mother dog. Anyway, I do have a reading, but the moral of the story is to trust your dog. Trust that the dog is really trying to tell you something because it's important. The dog saved the other dog's life. Anyway, Carol in Gary, Indiana, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I am good. How is life in Gary, Indiana?
Actually, it's Cedar Lake, Indiana. It's
Okay.
a little town about 45 minutes south of Chicago, right over the state
Oh,
line
fun.
in Indiana.
Oh, fun.
It's pretty good. It's just unbearably hot. I don't really have any questions in particular. I just wanted to see what you would pick up, if there's any
Okay.
concerns.
Okay, that sounds good. So just, I'm going to use tarot cards plus my own psychic ability. So just
Great.
focus on yourself for a moment. Try not to think about anybody but you. You're the focus today. So just give me one moment as I'm
Sure.
shuffling cards. Okay. And if you have any questions as I'm talking or comments, please don't hesitate.
Okay, I do
So-
have a little, just a question
I'm
about
sorry?
finances. That's the only thing. I do have a little question about the future finances. That's about it.
Okay. Let's see. The finance part hasn't come up yet, but I can reshuffle. But let me just say this first. I feel like you've been spending the last couple of months, I'm going to say 2 months or so, working on patience. I feel like you are having trouble sleeping. Does that make any sense? You've been focused,
Yes,
maybe
totally,
it's
yes.
money that you're focused on. But I feel like
I'm
good.
okay.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say you're absolutely right. I have I've always had trouble with patience, but I'm working on it. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Because I do feel like for the last couple of months you've been really working on it, but I also feel like as you work on your patience, you're also having trouble sleeping. Because
Yeah.
the worry is coming out as soon as you start dreaming. But I also feel like you're finding balance as you are worrying about finances, worrying about other things that are coming up. You're also finding patience within yourself to
Yes.
move forward in what you need to do. As far as finances go, I do feel like, let me see, I don't know if I'm correct here, but what I'm picking up on is that you are trying to make, you have a job. I feel like you have a job anyway.
Yeah.
But I also feel like you are trying to either start your own business or come up with ideas. Perhaps it's on Etsy or doing something. I do feel like it's on the internet. I could be wrong, but I feel like you're trying to find
yeah.
ways to make extra
I've
money.
been, yeah, I've been selling, Poshmark where you sell
Okay.
good clothes. I've been doing that, but it's not much income. But yes, I have been finding little ways to make money here and there, and that's one of them. Yeah.
Okay. What I want to say is don't be afraid of, I don't know why I'm getting this, but I'm getting, don't be afraid of people walking away from you or of you. Don't push people away.
Oh, you got that right. Oh, you got that right.
Okay.
My
Because
oldest
not
son, my
everything,
oldest son won't talk to me.
okay. Not everything is black and white. And I
Right.
don't feel like this is you. I feel like you do see the grays in between. But I feel like your
Yeah.
son may not be seeing the grays in between the black and white. For him, it's either a yes or a
Right.
no, or you did this or you didn't do this.
Right.
He doesn't live with you though, correct?
No, he doesn't. He's
Okay.
37. I have grandchildren
Okay.
I can't see. Over something my ex-husband did to him. He blames me for something someone else did to him. And I let him go.
Okay.
I gave him to God. He just doesn't talk to me. That's a little,
He-
tears on my heart a little. Yeah.
Yeah, and your son feels like he's been stabbed in the back, but he knows you didn't do it.
Okay.
I do get the feeling that your son, I mean, I know he's 37, but he feels horrible about, I'm not making up excuses for anyone in the party, but I am getting that he does a lot of research online. He's trying to find answers, your son. And I do feel like,
Ah.
I'm not saying he's going to apologize to you because I don't know that he can do that. But I do feel
Right.
like he's going to make it up to you. So I do feel like you will see your grandchildren, you will spend time. He will come forward
good,
and try
good.
to make things right. I'm not going to say it's going to be tomorrow or next month, but I
Right.
do feel like it's going to be before the holidays, meaning Thanksgiving and I don't know why
good.
Halloween's coming up, but I do feel like it's going to be after Halloween before Christmas. Um,
Oh, great. Thanks.
yeah, I feel like he's going to step forward. I don't know what research he's doing, but I feel like it's on your ex-husband, his dad. And I feel like he's
Yeah,
just
it was his
discovering.
stepdad, his stepfather.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, I do feel like maybe he blames you for marrying him and divorcing
Right.
him, but he knows it's not your fault. He knows you tried to protect him from everything. And he also knows
Yeah.
you always protect your family and your grandkids. Um,
Yeah.
so he's getting concerned, your son, just about how he knows he needs to build the family back up again. He needs to take control of himself and the situation. So I do feel like you're going to
Okay.
start seeing that happen. I also am seeing more money coming in October for you, your finances.
Oh, good.
This could sound
Because I'm
crazy,
waiting
but
on a settlement. Go ahead.
oh, okay, okay. Because I don't
My
know
work,
why I keep seeing. Go ahead.
where I work in a union, and there's I'm supposed to be getting, we all are supposed to be getting a 1 year back pay and a raise and retro back pay, which would be a big chunk of money, and that's still coming. We don't know when.
Okay, I'm getting October,
Oh, good.
before Thanksgiving holidays and everything.
Oh, that's,
Um,
oh,
but for
thank
some
you so
reason,
much.
I'm also seeing, I don't know, why am I seeing a bed and breakfast or a farm or something? Um, does your son live on a farm or something?
Uh, I live in a country town. There's farms all around.
Okay,
No, he lives near this. I do have a 20-year-old that lives with me and works with me, but
okay,
my father was a cowboy. I'm very country. It very resonates with me.
okay,
Yeah,
because
I
for
don't.
some reason, I'm seeing money coming in from either land that's in your family or there's something. I feel like maybe it has to do with your younger son, but I just keep getting the sense of family reuniting and something
Oh,
being
good.
purchased that's going to, or left
Ooh,
to you, that's going to bring more finances in for your whole family. But I am seeing a lot of healing going on between you and your son. Um,
oh,
and
good.
possibly your son that's living with you and his brother, whether he's a stepbrother or a full brother, I'm not sure. But I do
They're
see a lot of,
stepbrothers, and
okay. I
yeah.
see a lot of healing that is going to start. And
Oh, good.
when I see sunflowers, for me, the
Oh,
sunflowers means healing and a lot and talking and just happiness.
yeah.
So I
Yes,
do
I've
see
been
that coming.
meditating, and I've been calling upon the divine creator source.
Oh,
Do
good.
mantras. I use crystals. Burn Palo Santo for protection. It's my mind. I'm in menopause, and my mind races. That's why I have
Mhm.
trouble sleeping, and I'm very emotional. So I've been trying to not make decisions on my emotions, and I'm trying to balance my mind more. And I've been using
Okay.
amethyst, and it helps in mantras. Yeah.
Okay. You might also, I don't know if you're carrying any black obsidian around with you just for protection.
Oh yes,
Okay,
all the
good.
time.
And
Yeah,
maybe
you hit the nail on
also
the head.
making sure you align your chakras while you're sleeping. You can also try doing that. I know we only have
I
30
do.
seconds left, but I can definitely talk you through that if you want to reach out to me afterwards. Just aligning your chakras while you're sleeping is always a good idea, and it may help you sleep better.
Oh, that sounds great. I'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, if you'd like to reach out, I can certainly email you or talk you through it. But yeah, we're running out of time, but I hope I helped a little bit. And
Oh, yes, you did. Thank you so much.
give your son a little bit of grace and let him go through his healing. And I really do feel like everything will be better.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the mini meeting on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. I am your mini medium from the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And this week, I'm so excited because I am in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash. There's a lot going on. We're all excited. They're doing tours right now. So we're going to let them walk outside here in a moment. But I wanted to just kind of introduce who I'm going to be doing a reading for, which I cannot wait to do this because this amazing man, this is my friend and amazing, I guess he's the whole connoisseur management here at Ghost City Tours in Gettysburg. So this is Andy. And Andy, you've been here how long?
Since we opened. Actually, we opened up 3.5 years ago.
Wow, so
Yeah.
3.5 years this has been open.
Yep.
I love it. But they're all over the world, right?
Well, we have 30, just opened up our 30th location, Gettysburg, Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Oh, wow.
We also started one in Williamsburg.
Yeah.
Hopefully get this first door here.
No.
And sorry guys, but yeah, we are the biggest ghost tour company in the world.
Oh,
That's
wow.
what we have been, labeled as, and we just got an award today, top 10% things to do in the world by TripAdvisor. So,
Really?
yeah, it's a big deal.
Oh my gosh, that's
Yeah.
huge.
It is.
Oh my gosh, well, that's awesome. Well, I know that when I came here last year for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash, my family came here to go city tours because, as a lot of people know, I love the paranormal, especially with my mediumship gifts. And the tour that we did here was so amazing. And if you guys are ever wanting to get a tour done at, I guess all over the world, right? You guys are all over.
We're not overseas yet.
Not overseas.
think
Oh, I
it's
should
the
be US, huh?
Yeah, I think that's the next step for him.
Yeah.
He wants to get in all the spooky places that he can here
Yeah.
in the States. And I don't know where he's looking at next. He's a
I love it.
awesome guy, the one that owns it. Tim, he started out like just us, investigating, and he grew up around Gettysburg, actually, about an hour away, I would say. So Gettysburg is kind of his flagship store, and
Yeah. Well, I can see why.
yeah, we do
The
really
energy is
well
so
here.
amazing.
Yeah, we do really well here, and we
Yeah.
really don't have to do a whole lot to sell. It
Yeah.
like sells itself.
People just
But,
come right in.
Yeah.
Well, and the energy just in Gettysburg is incredible. I went and walked around today and just even sitting in the store here a little bit ago, I was by myself. It was quiet. And I started picking up on some things in the store, and yeah, there's some really creepy stuff in here that, but it's fun. It's fun energy, and I mean, the people here are absolutely incredible. So I highly suggest that any Ghost City tours that in the US, and then we need to get you guys to the UK. I have a lot of UK listeners and
Nice.
followers. That
He
would be
may.
cool.
He
Yeah.
may. I know that he looked in Canada.
Oh,
He
I
also,
have a lot of Canada followers.
yeah, he looked in, I know that he looked down in Tijuana, maybe somewhere like that. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
But the UK had been brought up a few times.
I love it.
Yeah, I think we would do really good
Yeah.
there
Oh, yeah.
because, I mean, he employs local
Yeah.
people, we have
Yeah.
corporate and stuff, or, corporates.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he doesn't even like to call it a corporate. He calls it, that we're just a big extended family.
Family. Oh,
And they treat you like that.
well, you can tell everybody here is like family. It's awesome. Even you guys, they've been treating me amazing here. You can hear they're going to be taking a tour out, and it's amazing and you can just see the excitement and the passion that even all the tour guides have. And they get all dressed up in the old, the old time. I don't know, what do you call the clothing? What do
Yeah,
you-
just period dress.
period dress,
Yeah, they dress up in.
Amazing. Yeah.
And what they feel would be what a lot of them would
Yeah.
have wore down, obviously Gettysburg Civil War
Yeah.
related.
Yeah.
So that's the way they do it.
I love it.
And I have some guides that they dress up in soldiers' uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them, like another guy, he dresses up in a almost like a Josh Gates kind
Oh
of
my gosh.
traveler type of thing. I've
I
had
love
some
it.
eccentric people here.
It's what makes it though.
Yeah, I had a gentleman here that he did movie props and
Oh
stuff.
my gosh.
Lived in California a while, and
That's so cool.
so he pulls his outfit out in here the first day he was going
What
out,
a fun job.
and it was a white, completely white suit, but it had blood all over it, or fake blood with
Oh.
bullet holes, and I'm like,
my
oh,
gosh.
I don't know what they're gonna think about this. Ended up that the kids loved it.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, the all ages.
Oh.
So that was a
I love
first.
it.
You know, but I mean, I've
Oh,
obviously had the witches and
that.
you know, this, that, but yeah, that was
Fun. That's fun.
that was a really
Yeah.
wild. Wasn't sure how that one's gonna end up, but you know,
But it worked out very
yeah,
good. Yeah.
it seemed as if.
Well, everything happens for a reason. And, I was excited for tonight, speaking of everything happens for a reason, because Andy invited me to come into the Ghost City tours to do readings. And, as a medium, I just have been picking up all the beautiful energy and spirits. And I've had, 4 or 5 readings come, and I've been picking up names exactly with their loved ones that have crossed over. And
Nice.
it's been amazing. And I credit it to even the energy around. It's a big part of
Yeah,
it.
that's a
So,
big deal.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what we come up with you, my friend.
We'll see.
I can't wait. And I know all of my fans and viewers are excited too. So, but we're going to do a little quick reading here. But as many of you know, that on my podcast, I use tarot cards, but I really just use the cards more as a kind of a visual validation of what my gifts are giving to me.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just, for sake of time, though, we're going to spread these out really quick. And you, my friend, are going to pull. And I always say it always happens to be whatever, whatever happens is supposed to be what happens. So I want you to pick 2 cards and then hand them to me face down. And we'll see how these validate with your energy and what's coming
That's
in.
what I'm feeling.
Okay, perfect. I love it. Never ever question your intuition, my friend.
Right.
Ever. I love it. Okay. Now, where are you from again? Where are you?
Grew up in Virginia in the Shenandoah Valley.
Oh, Virginia. Okay.
A little bit south of Winchester, Virginia, which is a big, civil
Yeah.
related town.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I grew up right beside Cedar Creek
Well,
Valley.
you have that strong accent.
Yeah.
In there. So the producer and his wife are from South Carolina, and they've got that thick accent too.
Right.
Dave and his wife, yeah, they're
Nice.
amazing. And I can always hear that. But everyone says Utah people have a little bit of an accent. I don't hear it though. I don't think I do. No, I don't think so either. But who knows? But all right, so I'm going to just show on the camera the cards you pulled. So the 2 cards for Andy, we've got this 9 of Pentacles. And look at that card, that 3 of Swords card. Now, these both came out upside down, my friend. So what that really means is that at the moment, in a personal sense, you are doing some what we call shadow work. So it's what you're doing to work on yourself. It's really about the things that you don't so much like about what you've been doing in your life and making those changes. And I do know of some things that you've done physically with your health that you've been working on, which is what this is really about too.
Gotcha.
So just some personal things that I'm really getting more than anything is the fact that if you look at how interesting, we were just talking about the heart and about, you've got a great heart, you've got great blood pressure, but you've lost a lot of weight. But I'll tell you what, my friend, you have a very, very strong, as I feel, you've had in this building, a very strong father. And this is paternal side. So
Okay.
this would be grandfather, but this
Okay.
is very much someone who has had the issues with the heart, with the circulation issues. So, or this could be mom's dad as well. So very father side, if you
Okay.
will, father based. So, but anytime that card comes up too, this is also about, hang on, I just heard something else. Now, in all fairness, I know some things about you, but I really don't, because I don't really pay much attention to even social media. So I know you said you're from Virginia. Basically, that's a big part of where you have a lot of family in that area too.
Yeah.
Okay. So mom passed
No.
Okay. Oh, that was the one we were talking about today, that you were talking about your grandma's like 100 and something years old, right? It's 105. That's
Yep.
insane. Okay. I'm going to tell you what you've got. Where's Dad? Dad is passed. Okay.
Yep.
This is the male. Okay. Wanting to bring up mom. It's very interesting. So Dad is wanting to mention mom at the moment. And the look on your face, you're like, why is that? Well, sometimes they come in and they want to talk about our loved ones here because of either health issues or things going on in their life. So they'll come through to want to validate what's going on in their present, in the physical world. So, but hang on one second. Who had the liver issues then? I've got it, liver.
Not mom or dad, but I do know what you're talking about.
Okay. Who passed to the liver or has the liver issues?
My cousin.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Has passed?
Not yet.
Okay. But getting very, okay.
Possibly,
But
yeah.
this is, okay. So this is Dad coming in and wanting, even if this is the opposite side, would be wanting to talk about the cousin that's happening.
No. Sorry,
You know
that would be my sister.
Oh, sister.
Yeah, I didn't even think about shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Not sure she passed from that. You know what I'm
That's okay.
saying? But
Yeah,
she
but
did
she
have
had-
issues. Yeah.
Okay. So that would make sense. My dad is here wanting to bring up your sister.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. And sister had issues with the liver, Okay. Okay. Well, you're very close with your sister. There's a very strong bond with her here, even in this location. She is who I've been picking up on a lot in here.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of sense of being. But what's interesting is I don't know if she's a fan of all this because there's a sense of also wanting to be here for you, but not all this, if that makes sense.
It does.
So, yeah. Okay. But she's the one that wanted also where I feel she's, by the way, for those who are wondering, I'm over here scribbling. This is called psychography or automated writing, how mediums do to get energy out. But this really is about your dad coming in. Now this will validate dad and sister are together. So where that comes in. Your sister said dad and I are good. I just heard her say dad and I are good. So they're coming in together. Were they having any kind of issues at the time that even the dad passed?
Not with each other.
Okay, that's okay. That's all
Yeah,
right.
They had a really strong,
They had a good bond. Okay.
Yeah.
So dad and I are good. There is an issue, hang on. Who was Louise or Lois? Boy, I just heard that name, or Lewis.
I think my grandmother, who I never met, was Louise.
Grandma.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty sure it's like Ellen Louise, something like that.
Okay. All right. So this would be even just, you're bringing in all the loved ones on the other side. That would be the grandma where the mother I was feeling earlier.
That would it be family then?
Yeah. It doesn't always have to be family.
So I do have
Yeah.
a Louise that I worked with that I was
Yeah.
pretty close with.
Ah,
And she
and
that
she
would-
passed.
She'd be a strong
Okay.
energy.
And she
She
is
was.
passed?
Yeah.
Ah,
I wonder
okay.
if that's her.
That's her. You just gave me, so I get these validation chills whenever you validate when the soul is trying to tell me. And you just, because I didn't get it much from grandma, but the minute you said you worked with Louise that passed, that is what this is. So I got
She
chills.
was like her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Daughter was
Yeah.
grandma.
Grandma, yeah, this is
So
grandma.
that makes sense.
Oh, I love it. So
Yeah.
Grandma Louise is here. Well, no wonder why she's very present here too, in,
I can see that.
in this space, I guess, if you will. So, I love that. Now, Dad, do you look like your dad?
A little
Do
bit.
you have a little bit?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do.
Yeah, yeah. There's, I just, even as I'm feeling your dad's mentioning the fact that, that you really have dodged, and I mean this with a lot of love and respect, you've dodged a bullet when it comes to hereditary handed down health issues. As Dad is saying, we're glad that you've taken care of yourself and your health because there have been some things there.
Right.
So, and Dad is like, you dodged a bullet, like no pun intended, we're in
No,
Gettysburg,
that
so
makes
right.
sense. Yeah.
You understand
makes
that?
sense. Yeah.
And your sister, okay. Wait, I just heard, what was your sister's name?
Wendy.
Wendy, okay. Kept hearing a name like C-A-R, Karen or Carrie. Does that name connect with you at all? living or past? Okay. I know we have someone else in the building. I might be connected with some of their, so we'll put that to the side. Okay, beautiful. Now, okay. Your sister, I know we talked about the liver, but there's a sense of where I feel for her that she had been sick for quite some time, my friend. She's showing me that she had been sick for quite some time with, and well, you know, when you feel like, oh, I got a stomach ache, so I'll chalk it up to the fact that, oh, I just ate something bad, or, you know, that it's not that exactly, but where she was sick for quite some time, but I took longer to have this looked at. I thought it was something else. So do you understand that? Okay. Your sister's funny. Like, I don't know what this is, but there's a sense of her being really loud. So when I hear the other side, either she's right in my ear or she was just loud in general. So was she quiet? Okay. I'm like, she's really loud. And even if today. So how do you connect with the number 18? Boy, she just showed me 18. That came up pretty strong, my friend. So 18th of a month, 2018, January 8th. This will be, now remember, we do have dad and your sister very strong at the moment. So, or 2018 as a very significant year. But yeah, that's not going away. So they must be, anytime anything comes up that takes a minute to connect with, I always say, take it with you. It will connect later.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. Oh, when did dad pass? Do you remember? Do you recall?
Actually, it's been 11 years, probably 12 years, something like that.
Okay. All right.
Well, hold on, was it 2018?
2000.
So you're thinking if it was.
Well, your dad keeps saying it's me. So the 18, which 2018 would be what? Well, that would be 7 years
less
ago.
than that. Yeah,
That's 7 years ago. Okay. So keep that 18 in mind with dad, or the January 8th, with dad, being that 18 is coming up really strong. January 8th too, 1 and 8 can be that as well. So keep that in mind.
Okay. The 18th is.
What is that?
That's so my son's mom, my ex-wife, passed 2018, but also her birthday is January 18th. So
Your ex-wife here.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me
okay.
at all.
Got it.
Does not surprise me
That's
at all.
incredible. Wow, you just gave me chills. Ooh, gave me goosebumps. Okay. So what I love is that we've got sister who is coming through really strong with dad. And then we've got your, your departed ex-wife who's coming in. That's funny, is I'm hearing the 18, it wouldn't go away. So that's where they get very demanding. They're like, no, you know what this is.
Trying to go banana too. Yeah.
So she passed in 2018, and then on the 18th was that significant date for her. Is that right?
Yes.
You're saying, okay. All right. So her presence being here very much. And you guys have, you have a son together?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, she, wow. I just keep hearing her say, tell him it's about time. Tell him it's about time. Something just happened that he finally did. I don't know what the heck this means. So
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that as long as you know. But she's very, very, and I know this is something that I say, I don't like the vanilla stuff. I don't want them to just say, I love you, I miss you, I'm here. But, and to say I'm proud of you is really hard for me to validate. But there's a sense of your, of your ex-wife being very, very proud, but not of just of your son, but of you as well, for what you have done, and gotten your son to where he is now, and where she's saying it's about time. It's like, kind of giving you crap, but
yeah,
where we've gotten this far. And she, she's okay. Boy, she is a strong energy, huh? She's a strong soul.
What that is
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, you do know. What is
Yeah,
that?
that's her mom.
Oh, her
Yeah.
mom?
Yeah.
What's her mom's name?
Louise.
Dino.
Yeah.
Who's all the Louises?
Mhm.
Because I kept hearing Lois and Louise. Okay.
Yep.
So this is her validating she's with mama.
Gotcha.
Yep. Okay. All
That's
right.
not surprising
Yeah,
whatsoever.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah. Well, when you're in this space too, with all this amazing energy, with the Gettysburg and the energy here and the souls, it doesn't surprise me that we're getting all of this energy. And you, my friend, are very gifted as well. So one thing that I'll tell you that I've been picking up on just while you're sitting so close to me. So your left side of your body is your divine, this is your divine feminine. Your right is your divine masculine.
Okay.
So when I sit with you, you carry a lot of that divine feminine energy, which I know sounds really weird to say.
No,
but
that makes
do
sense.
you
Actually,
understand?
a little bit.
Yeah.
New.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
carry a lot of that beautiful divine feminine energy where it is connected to the women in your life who were also very gifted. And so, this is a line of even, grandmother, mother, whatever it may be, and why you have been drawn to this, being here, the kind of work you do, and even in the paranormal field of why you're so passionate about it, because it's what you are supposed to do with your life. This is your purpose,
I'll
my
give
friend.
as much. Yeah.
This is your purpose, and I love it for you. I think some of your blockages, I would say, if you're okay, I'm, open to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
I feel a lot of that is really literally, it's the past. It's the past stuff that you've been holding on to that is not serving you in a good way. So,
Makes
yeah.
sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where.
Makes complete sense. Yeah.
And once you're able to get, in a sense, past that, work on that, however you want to look at it, and heal and move forward, then you will be able to connect even stronger to your gifts and your abilities. So men are very, even when I do readings for men, they're very guarded. They struggle with, even doing this kind of stuff because they feel it's not for them, and I don't know if it's just the, way that men feel like they, they have to, yeah. Everybody needs a reading. Everybody does. But I found more men can be more open and gifted than anything. They just need to know how to tap into it better,
Yeah.
And
Been working on that one. Yeah.
That's good. I love it. Well, you've been taking care of yourself, which I love that. That's the first step, right?
Yes.
Your
Yeah.
health. So you got to take care of the inside to get, outside, and then of course your energy. But I love, even just as we're picking up on all of your loved ones here, one thing that I noticed with your cards that is I've shown everybody here too, but numbers are huge. Numbers are big. Numerology is huge in my readings.
Okay.
And one thing you mentioned earlier, I think you had said someone had been gone about 12 years. Is that right? 12 years ago, I think you had said, was that your mama? Is that, oh, okay, I couldn't remember who that was that you had mentioned earlier, or not mom, I'm sorry. I can't remember who you said that was, but when I've been looking at your cards, you're the 9 and the 3, where 9 plus 3 is 12. There's a really strong connection with even that number 12. So keep that in mind. So December, the 12th of the month, as being a very strong number, either with someone here or you were someone connected to you personally.
Okay.
So just kind of keep that in mind for sure. When is your if you want to share, when is your birthday?
Valentine's Day.
It's Valentine's Day?
It is.
Oh my gosh, how crazy is that? Okay. I have to show you something. I might have to show it on camera here with all the people, but when the couple that was here before that came in to get a reading done, did I write that down? I can't believe your birthday is Valentine's Day. That's awesome. I could not get oh yeah. So the number 14 kept coming up. I'm like, it's Valentine's Day. And then the number 2, well, it's February 14th. I'll have to see if I can show this on camera. I don't know if Dave can zoom in on that, but that February 4th, just like crazy. It's you. So your loved ones that have been here since the reading before you and kept bringing up Valentine's Day. And the couple here is like, no, we didn't connect with that. I thought, oh, it's got to be Sandy.
That's it.
There's someone's coming up, bring up your name.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. But these are the things I love when we, trust in the things that we're seeing and hearing and feeling and knowing that we all can do this. We all can have these beautiful abilities to, connect with our loved ones that have passed, or watching for the signs and the symbols, right?
Well, I walked with a lot of high anxiety most of my life, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And then I started kind of opening up to, I don't even know how to describe it, but they kind of just come up on me and start talking. I can't see who it is or
Right.
what they look like,
Yeah.
but I can telepathically, I guess, hear what they're saying, and then they validate it and so when I started, I was more nervous about walking up to a stranger and saying, do you have an Aunt
Yeah.
Judy or something like that?
Oh,
So
I'm
started
still
doing
that way. I'm still that
So I
way.
started doing it here,
Yeah.
and
I love
the
that.
amount of anxiety that came off of me.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that makes sense that I've been holding like all these people coming and talking to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like holding all of their
All that
anxiety
energy.
of trying to get out to whoever they're talking to.
Yeah.
So I just go with it now, you know what I mean? And sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't, but more
More than anything. That's why I tell people too, as I do my readings. I know we've got about 1 more minute, as my producer put. Yeah, look at that. I'm good. 1 more minute. But it's really about listening to what your intuition is bringing you, whether it's a voice that pops in your head or a vision. So, well, this has been fun. Thank
Absolutely.
you so
Thank you for
much.
reading
Oh my
that.
gosh, yes.
that.
Well, I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, I kind of knew that
good.
some of them with me already,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, I'm
My
excited.
sister I wasn't sure about yet because I wasn't sure she'd know how to.
How to come through quite
Yeah, I don't know what's on the other side,
I know.
as in
So
how they
true.
can.
How they do all this.
How
So
they
I don't
do
even
it.
know how I do all this either.
I feel you. Same way.
I love it. Well, I love it. Well, thanks you guys. That was so fun. I am here in Gettysburg at Ghost City Tours, and I will be here for the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Come out if you're out this way. Come see me. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next week. Okay, bye guys.
Looking for comfort, clarity, or a connection to the other side? Lady Phyllis is a gifted medium, author, and talk show host on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She's here to help you find peace and purpose through personal readings, spiritual development classes, and her exclusive Patreon, where new guests share their wisdom weekly. Visit ladyphyllis.com to book your session. Follow Lady Phyllis on Facebook and explore what the spirit world has waiting for you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Vorosco. Live from newworldservices.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Supernatural Living on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
It's a pleasure being here again this week, and I'm excited to get started. So, on that note, let's get right into this. And as we connect, I would just like to say that this is an interesting time that we're going through right now with the energetic shifts, and some astrological trines are occurring. And hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're all doing really good. So, on that note, let's see what we can get into today, and let's see what kind of messages we can bring through. And if any of you don't make it into us, definitely leave a message in any of our comments, or just reach out right to us. So we're always here. Okay. Hello, and who do we have with us this afternoon?
Hello, Danielle. I'm Margaret. I'm from Hull in England, UK.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Thanks for calling in.
Hi. Thank you.
How can I help you today?
Just wondered whether I could get a general reading. Things are a bit tough at the moment, so just wanted to know whether I could get some guidance.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And you're right. There's a lot of astrological changes happening, and I don't know the details. I'm not an astrologist, but this week is a very powerful week. So let's see what we can do here. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a certain area that we can start with?
A bit difficult, really. I've been out of work for about 6 months and just not finding a job that suits my skill set.
Let's start with that for a second and see where we can go.
Okay. Thank you.
So the first impressions that I'm picking up on that are related to reading, to books. The first images that I see would be a library. Does this resonate with you in any way?
Library?
Yeah, something to do with a library. That's the first feelings I get, is books.
No, I don't. Not. I've been doing a lot of coursework.
Okay.
Just sort of like keeping updated on my skills. So I have been looking at books and things like that. Yeah.
Yes, you have. Are you better? Do you thrive more in a book setting versus computers? Or are you considering leaning into a career that is more oriented in that way?
No.
I feel like a new opportunity is going to come to you, and it does give me the impression of, if not a library, perhaps a bookstore. And it feels like this would be something that is, hey, why not? And I feel that part of the responsibilities in this upcoming job, when you're approached, it would see this would not be your typical position per se, but it is going to be something that pays well and it is going to be something that you're going to enjoy. So if we
Okay.
just use say bookstore, not a library, so I'm seeing a lot of books there. So say bookstore. This is also a store shop that would have connections to other bookshops. So there would be further advancement available. I don't see this as a franchise business, but I do see this as a place with multiple locations. So when this is offered to you and you see this and you say, I'm not sure, I don't know. I would like you
Okay.
just to take a consideration of all the details. And
Yeah.
I'm getting the impression to pay attention to the benefits that are going to be there. The job itself is going to be fun. It's definitely going to be not so busy. This reminds me of something that's more nonchalant, fun, easygoing, and not hectic. And there is something that is going to stick out as far as benefits. So when you do
Okay.
see that, you're going to say, the job's okay. And then you're going to see the pays okay. And the benefits, this benefit package and the opportunities that are going to come with this are going to be something that's going to catch your eye. So I'd like to
Okay.
start there with that one. Now, there is also another position or something that I'd like to bring up that has to do with a cafe. Something cafe. I heard when I said cafe, I'm thinking cafeteria, cafe, something like that. Now, I feel like this is something that could come to your attention, but this is actually not something that you would prefer over these two opportunities. And these are
Right.
opportunities that would be coming very soon, very soon. Have you put the word out more recently?
No, not really. It's not something I've thought about, to be honest.
Okay. When I'm thinking on that note, I'm thinking of going to small businesses, going to even a grocery store, getting out of the house, right? You get out of the house, having a casual conversation, and this opportunity would come up, and someone would say, "Hey, we could really use help over there. Here's the contact number," and it's going to feel very natural, and it seems like it's just going to flow. So if you want the opportunities, these are the first two that I do see coming towards you, just by being in the right place in the right time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So it's so this one's going to be up to you. And I don't believe that there's
Yeah.
a time limit on there. I don't believe that it's like, oh, you have to get out right now and anything like that. I feel like when the timing is right, that
Yeah.
this will, it does feel like the weather will be warmer, and that will also feel really good on your body to be outside, to be about, and it feels really right. Although it feels a little different than something you would normally consider, it does feel right.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. I'd like to just add to this that I do pick up, let's see. Do you have a sister?
One that I don't speak to, but one not with us anymore as well.
Okay. I do believe that I have a sister here, and
Okay.
would these jobs, doing this type of work, would this be something that would be more oriented towards her, would you think to yourself, if you do consider it, would you think she'd probably like this better than me?
Yes, probably. Yes.
Well, we'd like to just make note of that, if that's okay with you. Just take note of that.
Yeah.
that Maybe so. Maybe it's true. But on that note, that's okay. You'll have company if you think of it that way. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. And have fun. If nothing else, have fun. Enjoy yourself. And
I will.
thanks for
I will
calling.
indeed.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Of course. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, this is so heartwarming. I love it. And I love it when you guys call in and you invite me into your personal space to be able to share these moments with you. So, okay. So let's see who else is here. Who do we have on the phone with us now?
Oh, Sheila?
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
Hi. Fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I am doing good. Sheila, where are you calling from?
Nova Scotia.
Oh, that's amazing. Would you mind telling me what's the weather like there right now?
Right now, it's kind of cloudy. It's about 9 degrees, but we've been having like days going up to 16 lately. I think one day we had 20, but in a few weeks it will be like super hot, mostly all summer. It'll be pretty humid, like over the summer months until about the end of September.
Thank you for sharing. Just out of curiosity, thank you so much for sharing that bit with me. I'm on the East Coast, United States, and I love it. So, how can I help you this afternoon?
Oh, I was calling to just, do you have any messages from, say, my aunt Rhoda?
From your aunt. Okay. And your aunt is in spirit now. Yes?
Yes. Yes, she is.
Okay. Let me see what I can do. Now, give me 1 second. Let's see.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So just to clarify if I'm with the right person, my first impression, the first thing that I have is I'm seeing a large basket. I think to myself, well, would this be an Easter basket? I'm not sure, but this would definitely be a large basket. And
Would it be a knitting basket? She loved to knit, and I think maybe crochet too, but I know for sure knitting.
So would this be typical of her to have these specifically around her?
I like she always used to knit.
Okay.
Like quilts.
Thank you for sharing that with me. Now I do see a reference to the first reference would be a reference to a young woman that has blonde hair, and this would be straight, short blonde hair. Would you recognize who that is?
It sounds like it could be my sister, but I also used to, like her nephew lived right next door, and we were best friends. So I'm wondering and he had short blonde hair.
Okay.
He was he was my best friend. He was very feminine.
Okay. All right. So let me just make that connection right there.
If that's the same person.
I am seeing a yellow house. Would that make sense to you? A light yellow.
Light
Would like to talk about a neighborhood, a location with a light yellow, pastel yellow painted or light yellow home.
It could have been yellow a long time ago.
Okay, well then let's move that over to the side. So I'm going to go back to this basket and see what is so wonderful about this basket. You mentioned that your aunt was into quilting and everything. When she would sit down to pull these things out, did she hold them in a type of a large basket? And if you were to see her during this time, you would know when she'd bring that out that this would be a time of quiet time, a time of quality time. Do you remember that?
Yes. every time I was around her, it was always quality time. She was so sweet.
Now, I'm remembering a time with my own grandmother where we had a in-house fireplace, and I'm thinking nostalgically back to the smell of that. So, would this have any connection to your aunt as well?
A fireplace?
Yes.
My grandmother had a fire, like a wood stove.
A wood stove.
And it was going a lot. Like it was always going.
Mm-hmm. So you would, if you were to smell that particular smell of that wood stove, you would know that, hey, that brings me back to my time with grandma, right?
Yes.
That's interesting. When I had first asked you what the weather is like, I was asking because I had the scent of the wood stove, and I was thinking to myself, is this winter over here or what is going on? So I would like to say that grandma is already with you. With that. Okay, so let's get into a recipe, right? There would be a recipe that they would make. I'm just getting an impression of the not these cinnamon rolls, but something like that along the lines. And this would be something that you're not currently making. Is that correct?
Yeah, my Aunt Rhoda always made me squash pies. I really love squash pies, and she put cinnamon in that.
Okay.
And she might have made, she did love to bake. She might have made cinnamon rolls, but I was young, so I don't remember, but I do remember squash pie.
The cinnamon is really, I could smell the cinnamon in it. So
yeah, she would put cinnamon in it. Did my Aunt Rhoda read tarot cards?
Could she? Is that what you would ask?
Pardon?
Did you say could she?
Yeah, I kind of have a memory of her having cards, and I don't think we were allowed to play with them. And then one day, I think she let me play with the cards, and I think my Uncle Joe might have told my dad. And then the next day, then my dad usually didn't hear, but so, and I think I remember him being mad, and then I kind of have a memory I might not have been allowed there anymore, and she was like my mom. And I really love tarot. Like, I don't know the symbols and everything, but I can put my hand like on the back of the card and write down the messages I get from it. But I'm not good at knowing like what each card means or like the symbols or anything because my memory isn't the greatest.
As you're sharing that, I am seeing that these were more of regular cards. These, not quite a playing deck, but not tarot cards as we would know them now. The tarot cards, the Rider Waite and all those other cards are a lot more intense. So these would be touching upon the tarot in such a light way. I can't think of the name of them. I don't want to say a witch's deck because they're here and they're saying, no, nothing like that. But it did have a hint of divinity, a small hint of divinity. I wish I could find them for you. So if you do look on online, you could look up back in that time, a very simple, basic card. This is not quite tarot, but it was just enough to maybe push some buttons. And that's very unfortunate. That is definitely unfortunate. So with you, your curiosity and your sensitivity, you could definitely read the tarots now. And obviously there's thousands upon thousands of decks. So I would definitely recommend, if this is something that you're curious about doing, to sit down with your aunt and have, before I forget, try to make those recipes. If you can't get a hold of those recipes, just in honor of your time together, the nostalgia, make something like that you would have shared with her that has those scents, and create that time together. She's with you. She is with you. She's right there. And this will be able to bring her back into your life now on a regular basis. Does that make sense to you? I hope it does. I know I skipped around a little bit, but, and yeah, with the tarot, if you feel guided, explore. And a little bit of advice that I'm hearing from her is that you don't have to know the definitions, especially learning. You don't have to know specifically, memorize them. Go intuitively. You read them intuitively as you were just sharing with us. Hold them in your hands. Hold them in your hands and your heart, and your intuition will guide you. Will guide you to the certain places on the card where the images are there. And that would be her hint, her pointer for your knack of reading them. Does that make sense? Do you already do that?
I do, but I should be doing it more.
Okay. So maybe skip the definitions, skip the words, and trust your instincts. Yeah. And with that being said, also keep an eye out for the signs and synchronicities. She's been sending you signs. She's been sending you little odd signs. Yes?
Yeah, yeah.
Like for today, sorry.
Did she know how to like give readings? Like, did she have psychic gifts?
She's smiling when you're asking this. You wouldn't call it that, and she won't say that. No, that she wouldn't call it that, but a good sense, a good heart sense. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So on that note, enjoy. Thank you so much for calling. and I hope this was really helpful. And
It was.
excellent. So thank you so much. Enjoy your time, and I'll leave you with that. So everyone, today, this has been a pleasure. This has been a pleasure spending time with you this afternoon. And I look forward to seeing you next week. So until then, be well.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Good Vibration on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, and welcome to Good Vibrations. I hope you're having a good week, and I hope all your vibrations are elevated and you're getting messages from everybody. Today, I want to talk about reincarnation. And I'm fascinated by reincarnation. I've really been interested in it since I read a book by Dr. Brian Weiss called Many Lives, Many Masters. Kind of changed my life. I read about 30 years ago. And I realized, it was something I never really thought about. It was something I never considered. I think I was afraid of death and I was afraid of life ending. So I never thought about what things would be like afterwards. But are you attracted to different places on the earth? Like, you feel comfortable in certain countries that are not your own? Or when you walk into an antique store, do you feel that you've got to have something that's not from your century? Do you walk up and you feel I can't say the word, but do you feel familiar with it? Like you sort of have to own it, or you see the romance of certain objects and you go, I have to have this. I have to have it in my collection. It feels like it belongs with me. Like I haven't seen it in a long time. And we tend to attract these things, like, well, here's a quill pen, um, not a ballpoint. So when I graduated college, my parents bought me, this is a reproduction, of course, I got it in Philadelphia, but my parents bought me a fountain pen. And of course, not many people use fountain pens, but I wanted a fountain pen. I felt that that was important to me. I've also been very attracted to the Asian culture. This is a little good luck tree. It's got tokens on it, but I have so much Asian art throughout the house. I've never been to Asia, and yet every time I would buy a piece for the house, I would buy Asian art or Middle Eastern art, and I've always been attracted to it. So it made me wonder why. But there are certain cultures I'm not attracted to, and I don't want to have them in the house. So it makes me wonder, have I lived in those cultures before? Well, I actually did a past life regression, and it was really an interesting experience. And I found myself in Holland in the 15th century. And it's really funny because I have candlesticks from Holland from the 15th century. And I remember that I had to have those candlesticks. I searched the internet until I could find something from the 15th century. I wanted it. So it's really interesting. Next time you find yourself attracted to a certain music that stands out, a style of music that maybe is not from your culture, or that certain things about history that nobody ever taught you, or there's a whole bunch of things that really tell us that we might have lived in another time period. So start thinking about what really attracts you to certain times of history. It might be World War II. It could be the ocean. It could be anything. And sometimes it's also about our fears. Like a lot of people have a fear of water, and it makes me wonder if in a past life they had an accident on the water. So instead of just accepting that you have a fear of water, why don't you think about why you have a fear of water, or why you have a fear of heights, or why you have a fear of whatever it is, crowds, whatever it is that, and understand that you may have been here before. And that also goes with everyone you're with. We're all we're all spirits having a human experience. And what I often tell people when I do a reading is when we're on the other side, in what I call the soul soup, we choose our parents, we choose our families, we choose what kind of experiences we want to have here. And then we come here and we forget everything, of course, when you're a child. Some people don't forget, and they're documented. You can find them on TikTok. There are these children who can recall past life parents and past life experiences. There's one child who can take you to his house where he was an agent in California. He actually recalls the whole life. Or there's a child that can name the plane that he went down on in World War II. It's all documented on the internet, on YouTube, it's very interesting. Once you go down this rabbit hole, you might not come out, because you might be interested. I will tell you that we went to Versailles in France. It's a beautiful palace outside of Paris. And it was strange because I had that feeling I had been there. I had never been to France. And I was running through the palace with my children, and I was telling them what was the next room that was coming up. I knew every room that we walked through. I recognized fireplaces. It was just really weird. I told them things about the palace without a guide, without anybody, that I felt I had been there. And I let myself speak about it. I wasn't shy. So the next time something feels familiar, talk about it. So we have Angela from Grand Terrace, California, and let's get her on.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great. Have you ever had a feeling that you've lived before in another place, another time?
When you say that, I have had dreams of that, correct?
So what did you dream?
So I've had several. Being in places that I've never seen before, I haven't seen on TV, things like that. Me actually looking down at myself and I'm not my. Yeah, it's a really odd thing because I feel like I belong there, but I don't. Like it's me, but it's not me. So I don't quite know. I've woken up to these dreams and had lots of questions and actually tried to research. So yeah, if you have any insight, that would be awesome.
Well, researching is the best thing. And of course, going there, I felt like familiar with France and we went because I wanted to see. And it was, like I was just explaining, everywhere I walked in the Versailles Palace, I knew what each room was. I was familiar and I had never read a book about it. I had never gone there. But a good book to read, as I mentioned before, is Many Lives, Many Masters by Dr. Brian Weiss. If you're interested in past life regression. He writes a bunch of different books and they're really fabulous. And you can download a past life regression from his website so that you could do it in the comfort. I do it in one of my classes. I have the whole class do a past life regression. I feel like if you're learning mediumship, you have to really examine if you've been, where you've been and how you connect to people. So maybe you want to take my course and see what that delivers. So I have a course starting in 2 weeks on August 7th on Zoom at night. But you know that I'm a medium, correct? And that I see, hear, and feel. And so I feel if they're behind you right now, because I can't see you, I feel behind me someone coming in. And I want to ask if your father is in spirit.
He is not.
Okay, so do you have a father figure in spirit, like a father-in-law, a godfather, an uncle?
Just a grandfather.
Just a grandfather. This feels younger, but so I'm going to leave you with trying to think if someone is, could be a friend of the family that you considered like an uncle, and you don't have a partner. You don't have a partner that's lost a father?
No, I mean I'm married. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't have,
yeah,
yes.
and his parents are alive. Okay, so I'm going to leave that.
No, his father is passed.
That's what I asked you, if you had a father-in-law in spirit. Yes. Your father. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. Well, I'm happy that we were able to identify. Okay, so I'm also picking up living or dead, an FR name like Frank, Fred, Francis. Is there a Frank, Fred, Francis anywhere in the family, living or dead?
No.
Okay, so hold the name. Just hold the name because you may think of it afterwards. But your father-in-law steps in as a father. Did you know your father-in-law?
Not really. I only spoke to him one time on the phone. He did not live in state.
That was my next because he feels far. And who wore a military uniform? Did your father-in-law wear a military uniform, or did someone else in the family wear a military uniform?
Two. So he did. He was in the Navy when he was young, and then also my middle son was in the Army.
In the
and
Army.
My oldest one is also in Air Force as well. So I have two sons that are in services.
Okay, so these are his grandchildren. So he was in the Navy, and his grandchildren it also served, but in the U.S. Army or Navy, correct? Right.
Correct.
Okay. He's acknowledging that even though he wasn't here and he passed before they were born, or he didn't get a chance to meet them.
Yeah, he didn't get a chance to meet them.
Right. So he wants you to know that he knows, that they served and he's proud. Okay. Do you have three children? There are three. Do you have three children?
I do.
Okay. And all three of them are here, correct?
Yes.
They're in the present. They're not in spirit, right? Nobody's in spirit.
Well, I had, when I was
Right.
17, I had a loss. So, and
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if it was male, female, or I don't know.
Right. I get it. I get it. I get it. So, I'm not feeling that your father-in-law was the grandfather of this loss, right?
Correct.
But he says he has that child with him. You understand? That your child is
Oh,
his
wow.
child. You're his daughter. Okay? And where is
Okay.
the B name, Bob, or it might be a different name like Bobic, or where is the B name, living or dead? Bob, Brian, where is the B name?
Well, his name was Robert,
Okay.
and then he has a daughter named Bobby.
Okay, so your father-in-law was Robert and his daughter is Bobby, correct?
Correct.
And she's here. She's in this on this side, correct?
Correct. No, she's in the spirit.
She's in spirit. Okay, and
Mhm.
his wife is alive, correct?
He was married twice, so
I'm talking
one of
about
them is, and the other one is not.
okay. All right. So where is the P name? Like Patricia, Peggy, Paula, where is the P name?
He.
I have a P
That
name and
I'm
I
unaware.
have an MA. I have MA, which is Margaret Mary. Where's MA?
M.A. No.
It feels like it's around you.
Um,
Is your mother-in-law the mother of your husband? Is she in spirit?
she's still here.
That's what I was talking about, because he says it wasn't clear. So she's here, his second wife or whatever, a wife with a different number
in
is on the
spirit.
other side. She's in spirit.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And so your mother-in-law was his first wife?
Yes. Well, no, actually, no, she was his second wife.
She was his second wife. So the first wife is with him. And where is the S name, like Sarah, Sharon, Sally? Where is the S? Sybil.
I'm not sure.
Okay, I think you don't know a lot of the people, but I think he's calling out
On
names.
his family?
Yeah,
Yeah.
on that side of the family. But he stepped forward and wanted to let you know that he's been involved watching your children, their entire lives. Like he's really been active. Like, well, he couldn't be here with you. He was on the other side. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. There's a male that's next to you that's passed, which would be a contemporary. Did you lose a sibling or a friend? Or your husband lost a friend or a brother?
If it's a male, I think 2021, it was an ex-boyfriend that had passed away. I'm not sure if that is
Yeah,
resonating
well, it's a male contemporary. So
Okay.
were you boyfriend and girlfriend when he passed away?
No.
But you were coulda, woulda, shoulda kind of thing. Like you were very close at some point?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a sense of apology around him that he didn't handle things well with you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And he wants to
I
take
do have a question for
You have a
him, if possible,
Sure, go ahead.
because I had a dream with like a visitation dream not that long ago, and the only thing that I could recall from that dream is seeing him with a single tear coming down his face, and I don't know what that means. So if there's a way to find out what that means.
What I'm feeling from him is regret. What I'm feeling from him is regret that however your relationship ended, that there is a sense that he didn't handle it well, or he didn't fight for you, or he let it go. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
And what I get was coulda, woulda, shoulda, that you were the one that got away.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay. And he's sorry about that, you know. Again, is there an F name around him? That F name does not want to go away. Fred, Francis, Frank. Where is the F name? Philip?
F name. Not ringing a bell. You
Okay,
said it could be a Fred.
Could be a friend, it could be a
Francis.
friend of your husband's, it could be anybody, but there is an F name that wants to come through and say something, so you may want to think about it. So this is my book, and I would ask you to pick a page number 1 to 366, and I'm going to read what's on that page, and we're going to see if it means anything to you. We'll see if there's a message there.
Okay, how about 110?
110. Okay. Okay. All right. 110. Oddly enough, yeah, I feel like this is coming from not from your father-in-law, but on your side of the family. So I don't know if you've lost someone on your side of the family that you're feeling it, or it could even be this ex-boyfriend. But what they're saying is make time to feel grief and sadness when you need to. In other words, you're always putting on a happy face and you don't really validate your own feelings. So when you're angry or you're sad, they want you to let those feelings come through. Don't bottle them up. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely does. And this is the second time I've been told that. So I probably should listen.
You should listen to it. And I want to ask, did you lose a pet recently, a dog?
I did.
Yeah,
I got chills just now. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's who's sending you the message that you have to grieve your dog, that the dog was special to you. And, you too often you put on a brave face and you don't acknowledge the pain. And you can't suppress grief. You have to like really almost accept it into your life, deal with it, and then that helps you adjust. So don't bury your grief. Like, invite it in, say hello, and somehow find a place for it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Yes.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the reading, and you can always book up me on the web, so I'm always available.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, we're going to go to Evelyn, and I don't know how to say this word, Visalia, California.
Hello.
Hi, Evelyn. How are you?
I'm great. Yeah, it's Visalia, California. It's a strange name.
Visalia. Yeah, it is a weird one. I was wondering if he spelled it wrong. It was supposed to be Vidalia with the onions, because I think there's a Vidalia in California, correct?
Probably. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. So I often explain that I feel spirit around me. So if it's behind me, it's parents or grandparents. If it's to the side of me, it's a contemporary. And if it's in front of me, it's a child. But I want to say, as soon as you got on, I started to feel a mother figure, but I feel I have to go back further and go to a grandmother figure. Do you have a grandmother in spirit that you were rather close to?
I never met her, but yes.
Yeah, and it's funny because
at a very young age.
And I was going to say, you may not even know her, but do you kind of feel her? I almost feel like she wants to let you know that she wants to validate these feelings, that she's been around you. And she is indicating that you do stuff like I do. You do mediumship, or you feel like you're intuitive. Is that correct?
I don't do mediumship. I just know things sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I'll like randomly say things and everybody's like, "Oh, you're right." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know how that came about." I don't know if that's intuitive, but I'm good at guessing. Not all the time, but usually yes.
Yeah, well, I think as soon as I got on, I felt that you were intuitive, and she's validating it for me. And so, Evelyn, I want to ask you, is there a Roberta or but I'm definitely hearing Roberta. So I have to ask if there's a Roberta, living or dead.
I have a brother named Robert.
Robert. Okay, so we just had a Robert on the other. So it could be it's Robert. And your brother Robert is here, right? He's not in spirit.
Yes, he's currently in the hospital. He's ill, but I've been praying for him.
Well, that's good. I think your grandmother would like you to know that she's around him too. Is there a problem with his legs?
Yes, with his legs. Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's showing me that there's a problem with his legs. And do they not know what are they doing exploratory stuff because they're not quite sure what's wrong? They haven't identified it?
And they think it's the heart, so he might need some stents put in soon.
Yeah, I feel like there's something underlying that they're missing. So, and stents, by the way, I had 3 put in last year. It's a walk in the park. He'll be fine. But I feel like it's interesting that you said stents because I get circulatory with his feet. Are they talking about a bypass?
I don't know. I'm gonna call him today and ask him.
Yeah, because
my mom had a femoral bypass on her feet. That was 3 years ago.
Okay, because
but
what
I
they
don't
show me,
know.
they show me legs and I see the veins in the legs. Like they show me my father's legs and he had a bypass where they took veins from his legs and put it in his heart. And they're showing me like the legs. And that's why I asked if he was having a problem with his legs. So
they're swollen. They're very swollen.
They're very swollen. Yeah, so there's circulation things going on. But they're going to get to the bottom of it and they're going to find out, well, swollen legs could be something like, whatever it is, it's all related. But I feel like he's in the right place. And mom is okay, correct? Mom came through her surgery?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank goodness.
Your grandmother's showing me something around her neck. So do you have like some kind of locket or medallion from her? Or does your mother have a medallion from her?
I'm pretty sure my mother does. My mom gave me something that belonged to my grandma. She should have never done that because I lost it and I've never told my mom.
You know what your grandmother says?
Take care of it. It belongs to your grandma, she told me.
No, she says it lived its usefulness. Don't fret about it. In other words, you only have things as long as you're supposed to have them. And if you lose them, then it was time for it to move on to the next person or the next part of its own life. Do you understand? So she doesn't want you to hold on to that.
Thank you for telling me this.
Oh, you're welcome. Is your dad in spirit?
No.
You have a male in spirit. Is there an uncle that's in spirit?
Yes, I do. My dad's brother.
Your dad's brother. And is there an Ed name, like an E, Ed, or Ted, or Fred, like that Ed sound? Living or dead? Is there Ed or Eddie?
Eddie. I can't recall at the moment, but it's something to look into it. You know how it is when you're put on the spot. Can't really think.
I do. I always joke when I'm doing readings that you're going to wake up at 2 a.m. and you're going to remember. So why don't you pick a page number and let's read what's on that page and see if your uncle has something special or your grandmother. 1 to 366, any page number.
Okay, let's go with 17.
17. It's funny that you picked 17. I know what it says, and it's because I've read this so much at this point. Rain feeds the flowers, the universe feeds me. So this is definitely coming from your grandma. And what does it mean? Rain feeds the flowers. Rain nourishes the flowers, right? So the universe is nourishing you. The universe is giving you signs, and it wants you to take the next steps to becoming more in touch with your intuitive side. She is feeding you information. She's showing you the signs, and she wants you to step into it, take a course, read a book, do whatever it is you have to do. But she's showing me, she's raining signs on you to do this. And I will tell you, I'm only doing this 3 years. I started taking courses during the pandemic, and it was like the best gift I ever gave myself. So think about it. Nothing happens without a reason. It's a synchronicity. So you may want to look into taking a course or going on YouTube, learning about it, read a book, whatever it is. But she is feeding you information to get in touch with your intuitive side.
Well, thank you. That's something I've always thought about. I actually thought about it recently. I'm like, I should take a course. So you picked up on that as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And so for all our listeners, you can always book me on the web, www.ladyphyllis.com. And I do, just FYI, have a course starting in a week on Thursday evenings over Zoom. It's a 10-week course where I teach the rudiments of being intuitive. And many of my students are now on TikTok or on YouTube, or they're reading in coffee shops. They're going out and they're doing this as well. They're writing books. They're doing all kinds of great things. You know, I found that mediumship was a great way to get to know myself. I didn't expect it to be such a great exercise in getting familiar. After my husband died, I kind of didn't even know myself anymore. So it was a great way for me to learn about myself. And I really love doing what I do. So like I said, you can take a course. I have a Patreon if you're interested, where I bring in experts that explain all the different modalities if you want to learn about more. And that's about all we have time for. I'm going to read an affirmation for everyone. I mean, why should only 2 people get it? So I'm going to randomly pick a page and let's see if it applies to you. So I'm going to leave you with these words, and I will appreciate being still and listening to my heart. I'm going to read it again. I will appreciate being still and listening to my heart. So listen, we have a very paced world. We're so busy doing things for other people. Just like I explained to the First Lady, Angela, that, she's not taking time to grieve, even if it's, people feel that, loss is loss. Even if it's a dog, we grieve. It could be a loss of a job, a loss of a relationship, a friendship, whatever it is. So the point is, take time to listen to your heart. Sit down, shut the phone off, and really listen to what you're saying internally, and nourish that. Take care of yourselves. Until next week, hope your week is filled with good vibrations. It's been a pleasure. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling. I'm being a woman of mystery. I found my grandmother's mirror today. Hello. So, I got caught in the rain. And so I have almost no makeup on. So be gentle. There was a play in the 50s, which about a young man who was suspected of being gay by his classmates back when that wasn't okay. Thank God it is now. And his teacher, this is so un-PC, his teacher decided to set the rumors to rest by seducing him. And the last line of the show is, she's pulling him onto the bed. She says, "When you speak of this, and you will, please be kind." So that's how I feel about how I look today. When you speak of this, which you might not, please Be kind. Anyway, hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. We're going to start out today, a couple days before the full moon. There's a huge full moon on Thursday. And let's see, since we're in Cancer, it's going to be in Capricorn. So during the full moon, since it's in Capricorn, you might be feeling more structured, possibly more critical. Like, I love my Cappy friends, but man, they will let you know when they don't approve. And the full moon is also a good time to kind of, when you're meditating, to kind of surrender a bit. Hand your problems and your wishes over to the universe and maybe send them directly to the moon. And I've been thinking a lot about nature lately because I tried this experiment starting about 3 months ago. Every night and every morning, I would go out and I would sing to my garden. I planted a lot of stuff. And I would tell all my plants, they're so beautiful. I'm so glad you're here. You're so beautiful. And so I started doing that. When I started doing that, my hydrangea bush was 4 feet tall. So it's pretty much, my hydrangea bush is now 13 feet tall. The blossoms are 1.5 to 2 feet wide. I've never seen anything like it. And my other flowers are blooming. They've just stayed blooming like for weeks. It is. So what I can tell you is tell your flowers you love them and they will just stick around. I'm surprised they don't cut themselves and put themselves in a vase for me. Anyway, I am here to answer your questions of life, love, career, and no algebra, no geometry, please. But aside from that, woo, sky's the limit. And as soon as I take a sip of my refreshing drink, because it's 1 million degrees here and my AC system broke. So, I don't know. I've always been really lucky. Just, I feel I'm a really lucky person, very grateful for everything. And with the last week, man, everything has been going cuckoo bananas. So if that's happening to you, and I'm hearing from a lot of my clients and friends that it has been a wacky week for them too. So if that's happening for you, panic not. You are not alone. Cheers. So, yum. So we're going to start with the psychic tarot weather. Hi, Wendy. Oh, you're in North Carolina. Darling, are you okay? Everything all right there? I'm going to just
everything's okay.
Okay, good. Just wanted to check that out. Wait about 3 minutes if you can, because I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather of the week. And while you're waiting, what I'd like you to do is breathe like this. Ready? Watch. And one on top of that. And then you breathe out like this. It's not very dignified. But breathe in really, really deep. Bingo. So just keep doing that.
From my nose out.
Doesn't matter. Just breathe. And that's all goes to the same place. So who cares? So do that while you're waiting. And what that does is it balances, or maybe do it a little away from the microphone. It balances your vagus nerve, which VAGUS, which regulates the central nervous system, as opposed to your vagus nerve, which is where you wake up in a hotel in Nevada City, surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 20,000 bottles of liquor, wondering where the last decade went. But enough about my personal life. Okay, I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather, and I'll be right with you. Okay. Psychic tarot weather is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. Say it with me. So I'm going to pick 3 cards completely at random. I never pick them beforehand because that would be cheating, and we don't cheat here. I'd probably be a lot richer if I did cheat, but what the hell? Sorry. It is so humid here. I swear to God, it's like living in the inside of a clam. So the first card is kind of psychic weather, what's affecting everybody for the first part of the week. The second card is the middle of the week, so it's like the weekend. Third card is like Monday through next Wednesday, when it all begins again with an inexorable, unstoppable. Anyway, so the first psychic weather card is thus. What is it? That's nice. Oh, this is a 6 of Cups. Focus up. Can you see it? They're getting a little blurry there. There. Now you can see it. So it's a little boy and a little girl. And usually on this card, he's handing her a gold cup filled with flowers. And there are all these 5 other gold cups with flowers around them. And what this means often is you either have just met somebody with whom you have a connection that feels like you've known them all your life, or somebody from your past is coming back around in a very nice way. And we're getting ready to step into Mercury retrograde, which is often when people from our past come back, either finish unfinished business or ask us for the money they lent us. No, sorry. Enough about my personal life. I'm kidding. But it's a lovely card. It's that sort of sweetness that you have with somebody whom you trust. It's a card of trusting, gentle, vulnerable love and friendship. So, okay. Oh, I love this card. Queen of Cups. This is for the weekend. Very nice card for the weekend. Queen of Cups is usually, it's a woman who is, can you see this? What is going on here? Sorry, I haven't gotten the hang of our new platform yet. There we go. Queen of Cups. Can you see her? So Queen of Cups is a woman who is a Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. She might be very poetic, very intuitive, or if she's a Pisces, inclined to walk into walls accidentally, but I'm a Pisces. And this means either that you're going to be interacting in a very, very positive way with a woman like this. It could be your mom, it could be a mentor, it could be a friend who's really helpful. It could be, if you're a man, it could be a woman who's stepping into your life. You know what I mean? And if you're a woman, you might be embodying this weekend your kinder, softer, more intuitive self. I know you have one. So I would say traditionally feminine, but I know a lot of kind, soft, intuitive guys. I have their names and numbers if you want any of them. Okay. And here is the last one. Oh, interesting. Got the Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups. Okay, I'm going to hold it up again. How's this working? Good? Not bad? Good? There we go. Can't really see it, but the Knight of Cups in the Rider-Waite deck, he's always portrayed on a white horse. He's kind of in shining armor. He's holding a cup. And it means that somebody, whether you know it or not, has romantic intentions towards you. And it's that exciting part of a new relationship when somebody's like kind of gaga over you and you're gaga over them, and or maybe he's just gaga over you. But you both have stars in your eyes, and it isn't until 2 years later that you start noticing strange little clicking sound he makes with his teeth. Could you just stop that? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I think the heat has affected my brain. So that is your psychic. I'm going to pick one more to sum the week up. Oh, that's very nice. Oh, I love this. The 9 of Cups. Whoops. Here we go. Sorry. It's a man, so summing up the whole week. 9 of Cups is my favorite card to get for people I love. And that's here. It really is. 9 of Cups is when you're experiencing a time of earned happiness. So it's not like a druggy happiness, like, woo, euphoria, or it's not like, it's a happiness that you've worked for. It's a satisfaction with your life card. And the 9 cups on it represent the different aspects of our life. I'd be happy if my hair took out of my face. So it's health, wealth, career, family, home, all that good stuff. So I'm feeling this is going to be a very good week for people. Unlike, say, last week, which we're not going to go into. So, all right, my loves. And Darlene, are you still there? My friend who's been doing the breathing? Oh, well, I think I call her vamoose. So unless she comes back, I don't think I was that long with the psychic tarot. Do you? Meanwhile, while I'm waiting for her to either come back or another call. Oh, hi, darling. There you are. How are you?
Oh yeah, I've been on here. I don't know. You couldn't hear me, I guess.
Strange things happen. Hello. I love the name Wendy. My mother played
Yeah, you can
Wendy,
still hear me.
and my mother played Wendy in Peter Pan in Broadway when she was little. I love the name Wendy.
Oh,
So
wow.
I like to connect with people through their birthdays. So, when is your birthday, my love?
June 9th, 1973.
Oh, happy belated birthday. And I love Geminis. So, how can I help you today?
I'm still breathing. Can you connect with people that have crossed over? No. Yeah.
Often. It's difficult, but I can. Can you give me a little?
If that's
what?
Well, my daughter, she passed away in April of 2024, and
I'm so sorry.
For some reason, today has been a really hard day. For some reason, I don't know why.
Grief is like that. Grief, it thinks that we think we're over it, and grief goes out, changes its outfit, and comes back in the room in a different form.
Yeah.
But I'm terribly sorry for your loss. Was she in her 20s?
Yeah. Yeah, she was.
Was she very, very pretty, very feminine, very pretty features? Like got a really nice nose.
Yeah.
About 5'6"?
Yeah, she was really. She's probably about 5'3".
Okay.
She was really sick.
I'm so sorry.
I'll just let you. She was really sick.
She had a beautiful name. You gave her a very poetic first name. What was it? I don't not Genevieve.
Her name was What? Her name was Alyssa.
Oh, good. That's a queen's name. And that's I have two very close friends. I love that name. So it's very old-fashioned. It's very feminine, very powerful. Oh boy, does she love you. She has two brothers.
I'm about to cry.
Sweetheart, does she have two brothers, two siblings?
Well, she's got more. Well, she does have two siblings. She has more than that, but she's got two brothers. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the two brothers are who's pulling focus. Is one of them the youngest? Because one of them has one of them's very sensitive and has not recovered from her passing. And she wants you to first of all, she wants you to
go ahead.
It's okay. We'll just go forward.
Okay.
I think she's got, I'm going to say 4, maybe 5 siblings altogether. But
you're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She's very delicate. Hi, sweetie. I'm so glad you showed up, Miss Elizabeth. She says, "Tell Mom I love her. Tell Mom I love her. Tell Mom I love her." She's apologizing for leaving early. It wasn't her fault, and I don't know why she's apologizing, but she knows how much pain you're in. And now I'm going to start crying. She wants you to know that whenever you see roses, that's her. And whenever you see a blue bird, oh my gosh, that's her. And whenever you feel a hand on the back of your neck or your left shoulder, or you feel a breeze, oh gosh, now I'm going to cry. Hold on. Whenever you feel a breeze on your cheek or neck, she also wore a perfume. Mm-hmm. She wore the same perfume for a long time. I almost want to say it's like bluegrass or whatever that is, but she just loves you. Boy, does she love you. And she is, she's real, she have long hair. Sometimes people appear as their true selves. So she's showing me, she looks almost like romantic heroine in a book or a home. She's got like beautiful hair. She's just got this very feminine, almost like a floral energy. That makes sense to you?
She didn't have really long hair when she was alive, but she was very quiet spoken, and she's very tenderhearted. She was like a more of a quiet person, like she just I don't even know what to say. I'm just
Delicate,
I
romantic,
just miss her so much.
sensitive. Delicate,
Yeah.
romantic, and sensitive is
Yeah.
what I'm getting.
Yeah.
I think when she was younger, she loved to read, like maybe romance novels, or she's very romantic. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with my hair. So here's the
I
thing.
don't know about romance. Uh-huh.
Well, but romantic, I don't mean, by romantic, I mean that she is not a harsh person. She's somebody who saw beauty
Yeah.
in the world and brought beauty to the world. I don't mean that, you know, she stood in a window waiting for somebody to rescue her. Did she have a little
Yeah.
girl?
She had one daughter.
Yeah, she has. You have one daughter, or she had one daughter?
She had one daughter.
Yeah. So I said, did she have a little girl? She did. Okay. Again, very, very pretty name. Haley? No. Two syllable. I'm not getting the name. What's her name?
Her daughter's name was Naraya.
Oh, that's beautiful. And I wouldn't have gotten that in a million years. Oh, she is always with that little girl. And the little girl is 3 now?
No. She's 9.
9. Okay, sorry. I'm usually right about kids. Must be this fan.
She's with her father. She's with her father, and I don't get to see her. It's just, you know.
She's not going. I will tell you now. My feeling is she's not going to be with her father forever. I think that in about 2 years, things will transpire where you. Forgive me for saying this. Where you have custody of her. So if that's something that's worrying you.
No, she actually didn't see her. She actually didn't get to see her 4 years before she passed. Like I said, she had mental issues and she had physical issues too, and they kept misdiagnosing her over and over, and I still don't know exactly what was wrong with her. But she went through that for about 9 years, you know.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm so sorry. She's really good now though, and the self that, you know, the self you loved in her, the person she really was that you saw when you looked in her eyes, no matter if she was having, I'm going to have to end in a second, but I just want to tell you this. The person that you saw, the person that you loved, no matter what her temper was or what her reactions were or her bad decisions were, that person is who I'm seeing now. And the first thing she said was, "I'm sorry, Mom." And that's what she wants you to know. She gave you a very hard time. She checked out early, but she loves you and she's really sorry. And I hope you can hear that. I've got to take my next person. I'm so sorry. I've got to take my next person, but if you can call back next week, I'll tell you more, because she just really loves you.
And tell her I love her too. I love her so much.
What's that, honey?
Okay. I said, tell her I love her too, which I know she could probably hear me.
She already knows that. You loved her more than anything. So, but she's right with you, and she's on your left side. And when you see roses or blue birds, that's her. There's also a song.
That's wild that you say roses. That's wild that you say roses, because her daughter's middle name is Rose.
Oh my gosh. Well, call me back next week.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? My producer just said, we've only got 5 minutes, so I'm actually going to stay with you, if that's all right. Are you good with that?
That's fine. I just, yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's also a lovely guy.
I really like, the way I don't know. I just don't understand why she went through what she went through. I just don't understand it. And then I was trying so hard to figure out what was wrong with her, that she finally got a spinal tap, and she died 5 days after the spinal tap. So I think it was the spinal tap that actually killed her, even though she was very sick.
I'm so sorry. I think it was her time. Sometimes the souls that have a lot of learning, you know what, I want to say this, but it sounds like bull, but it's true. And I'll just say it quickly. Sometimes souls that have a lot of learning to do in this life, they sign up for a very difficult life. And then the next time around, if you believe in that, or in heaven. They've gotten all of that out of their system. They're very pure. They're not suffering anymore. She did suffer a lot. There's nothing you could do about it. She had, I think she was both bipolar and had borderline personality disorder. And I think she was lovely. But I also think that she was her moods could be unpredictable, and she couldn't predict them. That's why she was so apologetic when she showed up. And I think, if she turned to things to make her feel better, if she self-medicated, it was because of that. It wasn't any mistake you made. You raised her just the same as you raised all your other kids, with a lot of love and a lot of attention to who she is and who she.
Yeah, I pretty much stayed on her because she was so sick, and she came and stayed with me like 3 weeks before she passed away. And I think that was Source God bringing her here so I'd have time with her before she left.
Absolutely.
But she actually got mad at me after she had the spinal tap. She actually got mad at me and went home, and I begged her not to. And she went home, and then, I was talking to her, and she stopped talking to me. And instead of going over there, I just kept messaging her. And then the next morning when I took my kids to school, because I had a key to her apartment, I went over there then, and that's when I found her. So I feel really guilty.
I was going to say that
I feel
earlier.
really, really guilty.
Forgive me for not saying this earlier. One of the things that she said was she knew that I should have said this earlier. I'm so sorry, because now it sounds like I'm making it up, and I'm not. But I got the fact that you weren't with her when she passed, and that wasn't, for lack of a better word, that wasn't God's plan. And you were with her in one way. She was, she loved you so much, but it just wasn't in the plan. And I'm so sorry, but she says, please don't beat yourself up about that. You're a wonderful, wonderful mother. You really were. And daughters get mad at our mothers. That's what we do. We get mad. We feel safe getting mad at the people we know will love us anyway. And she wasn't.
I did a lot of things that she didn't like.
But we can't lead our lives to please our children, and we can't know what they will like or not like. We can't.
Did she say?
What? Was she saying?
I was going to ask you.
Talk quick. We got 2 minutes before the show's up, and I want to get everything I can.
Okay, I was just going to ask you because you asked if she passed peacefully.
Yes, she didn't know she passed in her sleep.
Was she confused or anything? Like, no.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
I mean, was she confused?
No,
like,
no.
When she
didn't know. She went straight from dreams to heaven. Dreams, heaven.
So, but she wasn't
no
confused.
pain.
Like, where am I, or nothing like that.
She did not know when it happened. All she knew is she was having this beautiful dream, and then she was in heaven. She really, really wants you to know that. Even if you've been there, even if you've been at her side, she wouldn't have known, because she passed when she was sleeping. Thank God. But please forgive yourself.
So
there was no confusion, no pain, none whatsoever. And you were with her because your love has always been with her. And she loves you like crazy. There's nothing to forgive, is what she's saying. Nothing. You were a great mother. She knows she was difficult, but she wants you to know that the person you saw and loved when you looked into her eyes, when she was first born and when she was little and that's who she was and that's who she is. And she's happy now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome day. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium, a pranic energy healer, a Reiki master, an angelic energy healer, a life coach, and a psychic medium. You can find me online at AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com is my website. On Facebook, you can find me on my business page, which is Angels Always Around Us. On Instagram, you can find me at Angel Margaret P. I got lots of great stuff coming up today. Hopefully we will get a caller in a minute or two here. But in the meantime, let's talk about some great stuff. So every week at 4:30, I am here on A1R Radio with Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. So please, when you can, join us there. I am excited for August because in just a couple of days, it will be here. And there's lots of great fun, transformative offers I have for you starting in August. I cannot wait. I am super duper excited. Starting next week, August 6th at 12:45. That's a Wednesday. We're going to come together for Angelic Insights Cafe. That's where we're all going to get together online on Zoom. Again, 12:45. This is a free event to attend. Come join us on Zoom. We'll hang out for an hour. We're going to talk about angels. We're going to talk about energy healing. We're just kind of going to get to know each other, kind of try to get a community going and get you some questions, answers to your questions. If you have questions about angels, you want to know more, come check out the Angelic Insights Cafe. It's going to be a fantastic free place to get great information and to learn some stuff along the way too. Also, in August, I am super duper excited about this too. I am just like, August is going to be an explosion of excitement for me, guys, because I am launching some new stuff out there that's going to help more people, and I'm excited because those of you who know me know I love to help people. So anyway, third Thursday of every month from 6 to 7, also on Zoom. I'm trying to kind of spread it out so you guys who aren't, local to Philly can get some healing, get some stuff going on in there. I am starting my Your Path to Thrive series, and that is going to be an amazing thing. So the third Thursday of every month from 6 to 7 on Zoom, we are doing Your Path to Thrive. And for August, we are doing August alignment and the intuitive prep for your thriving fall. We are going to take that hour, guys, and we are going to look at some goals that you have. Maybe you need some energy clearing. Guess what? We're going to do some energy clearing in that session. Maybe you need some help with making some goals. Maybe you're stuck and you don't know where. Guess what? I'm going to be there to help you guys. Again, third Thursday, that starts August 21st. That is Your Path to Thrive. There's a $30 charge for that. Please visit my website, Angels Always Around Us, or shoot me a message on Facebook, or you can see more on Facebook to get more information about that. And Helen in Buffalo, New York is with us today. Hello, Helen. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today?
I just like to get a reading from you.
Sure. Would you like to have an angel card reading, or is there somebody on the other side you would like me to try to connect with for you?
My Aunt Fran. You can connect with my Aunt Fran from the other side.
Okay. I don't need an exact date. If you can get me like within the same decade, can you let me know when she died?
In 2009.
Okay, give me a minute. Let me see if Fran's ready. Just to let you know, and also let our listeners know who may not be aware, if you are ever with a medium and the medium tells you your person is not coming through, that does not mean that your person is upset with you. That means that they got stuff that they're doing. They're busy doing their own thing.
Okay.
You know, so I've had a few people sit across from me, unfortunately, and tell me, oh, the medium last month told me that this person was upset with me and mad at me, and I came to see if they're still mad. It doesn't work like that, guys. Once we pass, a lot of this petty stuff goes. If they're busy, or they may not be ready to talk to you about the harm they have done, but that doesn't mean that they're mad at you. It's their own stuff. So we have to remember, you know, having this human experience, we have a tendency to think it's all about me. I must have done something. When it comes to talking to people on the other side, guys, it's not. So give me a second.
Maybe she
I
won't
have a
want to
little
talk to me.
prayer ritual. Yeah, I have a little prayer ritual I do. So give me a second. Let me say my prayer, and we'll see if we can get Fran to come through for you, Helen.
Okay, thank you.
Now, was this your sister, Helen?
Oh no, that was my great aunt.
Your great aunt. I apologize.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay.
Has your mother passed as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's where the sister thing. I'm like feeling two sisters really strong. I'm like, okay, I think they're both together. Let me see. Do you have a preference? Would you prefer to talk to Fran first, or if your mom wants to come through, whoever wants to come through first?
I'd like to talk to my Aunt Fran.
Okay. So she comes through. It's so amazing and so cute. She comes through and she's trying to give you this great big hug. And she says, and she's like blooming and like bursting with love for you.
Okay.
And not only with
I have
love
love
for
for her,
you,
too.
but she's proud of you. And she wants you to know, not only is she proud of you, but you have, she's funny. She goes, she's got more people than she can imagine. She's like, she's got people she doesn't even realize. She's got people she hasn't even met yet that's proud of her. And so you have a great ancestral army there supporting you, that are like cheering you on, and they want you to know that even though you may not feel like you're doing a great job, they want you to know you're doing a great job with what you've been handed.
Okay, I hope
You've
so.
had some challenges. You've had a lot of challenges recently, and they want you to know that you're doing good. They want you to know that it's not as bad as you think, and they want you, again, they are very proud of you. They say you worry too much, and you have a tendency to focus on the minor details. They say they want you to start opening that up and looking at the bigger picture details. It'll be less stressful for you because you'll put less pressure on yourself.
Okay.
Do you have a specific question you wanted to ask Fran, or something specific you wanted to tell her?
She how do I put this? Her husband shot her in the eye. He killed her and he killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know what I would want to ask her. I don't know.
Well, she says, first of all, I want you to know I'm not in any pain. She says she wants you to know that when it happened, her spirit and her physical body quickly detached. So the normal pain somebody might experience, she didn't experience it to the extent that most people do.
Oh, because she left her body right away.
Yes.
Okay.
So she did not, she said, yeah, they gave me pain medicine and stuff, but at that point, it didn't matter. I wasn't there.
No. They found her dead in her house. They found her dead in her house. She didn't get no pain medicine.
It feels like somebody tried to give her something. But again, she wants you to know she quickly left. So she did not feel a lot of excruciating pain. She does say that she would ask for you or anybody else in the family who may be carrying around guilt for not finding her right away to please release that. Because again, she was in no pain. And so it doesn't matter. She was gone. Like the moment she was gone, she was gone. So it didn't matter if you guys found her 30 seconds after she passed or 3 days later. Like, It doesn't matter. The emotions are gone. So she would like anybody, including you, who may be holding on to that guilt for not checking in on her enough. Because she wants you guys to know, I don't expect everybody to be everybody else's caretaker. She says, I want you guys to live your lives. I want you guys to be happy. And she says, Helen, please be happy. Go and live. But she says, you know, she doesn't want you guys carrying around guilt. She wants you to just know everybody's fine. She says there's no injury here. She says, you know, he had issues. And she says he'll deal with them in his own time. She says there's no point in you guys over there. There's no point in us over here harboring anger towards this. She says, I know it's going to be very hard.
I was just going to ask you why her husband did that to her, but
it feels like a lot of mental illness that was not treated properly.
Okay, 'cause he died too. He blew his brains out.
Yeah. It feels like there was some mental illness that should have been, unfortunately, better taken care of. In today's society, unfortunately, the system is not real great. I would say here in the States, but from what I've heard from other clients in other countries, it's not real great anywhere, unfortunately. But yes, it does feel like he didn't, and you know, not through any fault of Fran's. It just feels like a combination of just bad providers. But again, she does not, and that's part of, she says, I hope this helps you to release it and helps the family to release it. Because again, he was mentally ill. He didn't really understand and know exactly what he was doing.
Okay.
So it doesn't excuse the behavior, and I know it does not bring Fran back, and I wish I could, but I can't. But know that one of the gifts that we get from God is that we can talk to our deceased loved ones anytime we want. We may not always hear their answers, but they always 100% of the time hear us. Sometimes we have to sit back and tune in and listen, but they always hear us. And Fran says, anytime you need me, I'm here, Helen. She says, you just start talking and I'll hear you.
That's nice to know.
Well, again, I hope that was helpful for you. We are almost out of time here. And I hope you have an awesome day.
Okay, does she have anything else to say to me, or that's it?
She says, just that I love you and I want peace and joy for you.
Okay, and
She
my
says,
mother, you said my mother was...
She says, do not let this, like, control your life. Do not let it take over your life. She still wants you to live your life. And she says, yeah, your mom's here too, and she wants you to be happy and peaceful as well. She says, mostly mom's here just to let you know you have more than just me over here. She says, there are so many people over here. Again, you don't even know all your ancestors that are here helping you, not only spiritually cheering you on, but also moving some things out of your way for you to make your path easier.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You are very welcome, Helen, and you have a great day. Thank you again for calling in today. And again, I am Margaret Phillips with Angels Always Around Us. You can find me online at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can find me on Facebook at Angels Always Around Us, and check out all those social media pages and check out the great events coming up in August. It's going to be a fantastic transformational fall that we are going to jump into starting in a couple of weeks. So I hope to see you soon, and I hope to see you guys next Tuesday. Have a great week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you're all doing really well and ready for the weekend. I am. I've been feeling the energy sort of like really up and down sort of lately. If some of you are feeling like your energy is being pulled in one direction or you're being drained, I want to say listen to your body, listen to spirit. If you don't take a break and look after yourself, spirit will do it for you. So, you know, if you sort of get sick or it's like, you know, or you fall or something like that, touch wood, nothing like that happens to you, but pay attention to your body. A lot of people are feeling very drained at the moment, so yeah, look after yourselves, and I just sort of felt like I needed to give you that. We're going to go into the 3-card pull. Take a moment to just sort of see which card you resonate to, or whether you feel drawn to 1, 2, or 3, and also remember, it's a collective reading. I try to give as much information as I can. If it doesn't make sense to you right now, it might make sense to you down the track, or it could be for somebody else, but take it as it resonates, okay? If you have been drawn to card 1, this is your card here, which is plain. There's a plane on there. Okay, I'll just read that out for you. It's got a journey is indicated either physically or metaphorically. Your life will become more full. Okay, when like I tune into this card, I feel like either, yes, it goes in the direction of somebody going on a trip, and I feel like, you know, this is something that either you're going to do with friends or you need to do, you know, with a group of friends. I also feel like it can be a spiritual journey as well, where you need to be with like-minded people. I also feel like if you've been intimidated or you felt bothered, you know, by people, you need to share that with somebody, or be with people that are like-minded, where you can talk about your problems if you can't with any family or friends. I do feel there is lessons here, and it's about like not giving up and keep moving forward in the direction that you want until you achieve your goals and your dreams. All right, the plane is just like flying high as well. Okay. If you have been drawn to card 2, it is this one. It is death. People don't like this card. However, you know, as you can see, it's a transformation. It's butterflies coming out. Yes, you know, people do pass away. Unfortunately, we do lose our loved ones. You know, that's part of life. However, it's got here a time of natural transition and transformation. Okay. I do feel this is like now time letting go of any bad karma. I feel like you have moved on from that. So start sitting, you know, placing yourself in light, placing yourself where you don't attract any more karma for yourself, and only things moving forward in a positive way for you. I am also getting like a bit of creepy creeping vibes. So I don't know if somebody's sort of watching you, or maybe stalking you, you know, on Facebook or something, you know. So just be careful what you kind of put out there with yourself. I also feel like to say to you, don't let any opportunities pass you by. Like, pay attention, and you know, like what's going on around you, you know, like if somebody brings something up, be like, oh, what are you talking about, what's that? Like, see if it's something that's relevant to you. And I just feel like I need to say to you, let your imagination kind of run wild and just kind of really fuel your dreams, okay? Because you are moving on, whether this is spiritual or, you know, in your life. It's like doors are closing behind you. You're moving into a better part of your life right now, okay? If you have been drawn to card 3, it's this card, which has got snake on it, and it's got here, your intuition and healing powers will guide you to a better path, but be careful. When I drew this card, I kept feeling like there was somebody that was a snake, you know, kind of around you. And so just be careful, you know, like block anybody that's negative, avoid any people that are a bit, you know, crazy. I do kind of feel that you're protected though at this moment, but I will still say, white light yourself, sage yourself, stuff like that. If there's anyone around you that has addictions or is just a toxic personality, just I feel like you need to be careful around them as well. Also, any negative energy, your thoughts and that you have, they don't have power over you, okay? So just, you know, let them go. You can do whatever you want to dream. Just think positive things, and just trust your intuition, okay, at this time. All right, good luck with all of that. I have Elizabeth on the line. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
How can I help you today, Elizabeth?
Are you pulling cards, or I don't even know what you're doing?
Well, you could just tell me, what would you like to know? If I feel like I need to draw cards, I will draw cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you just tell me what you would like from your reading, and I will let Spirit guide me.
Right now, my son is ill, and yeah, I was just wondering, you know, what the future is.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I do see your son. I see him like weighed quite heavily down with this. Does your son or play basketball, or was he playing basketball or anything like that?
No, he has autism, and he's 51, and he had a kidney removed about 4 years ago, and now there's a question about the other kidney.
Okay, all right. All right, well, let me see. I do feel like, yeah, the decision around that needs to be made, and I feel like maybe you haven't like wanted to face that decision just yet, but okay, they've got a card that fell out, which is the Page of Swords. Oh, a lot of cards falling out for you. Just give me a sec here. I feel like at the moment you need to wait with your cards. I drew 2 cards asking them. One is the Page of Swords and one is the 7 of Cups. And for me, they are both no cards. I feel like you need to look at other options and see. Spirit is saying to me, do your research, maybe even get another opinion. Yeah, there's. Are you not happy with the current doctor that you're saying that he's saying?
No, we're happy with the doctor.
Okay. Well, I do feel you need to either you get another opinion or you need to ask more questions. I feel like it's not going to be. I don't feel like it's threatening for your son. Like whatever you do, I feel like he's still. I don't see like he's going to pass away like right now or as a result of that. Does that make sense for you? I see like he'll still be okay. Right, because I'm asking if you'll pass, and I'm getting a no, and I'm asking again, and Spirit are like giving me a red cross, and they're giving it to me, you know. So if you have concerns about that, what is his understanding of what is going on? Because I feel like maybe he doesn't understand a lot of what is going on.
Absolutely does not.
Yeah. So I feel like that's what you need to take care of, you know, like to prepare him as well for what is what's going to happen, you know, around that. And also, do you Spirit is showing me like visuals of like photos and things like that that you can explain it to him in a way like from start to finish, you know, like where he's gonna go, what's gonna happen. It doesn't have to be in detail, just so there's some understanding of where he is if he's in a hospital, and then him going back to home. Does that make sense for you, Elizabeth?
Yes, it does.
Okay, because I'm seeing fear around him, and when he's had a procedure before, I'm getting that he was I'm just getting like fear and being scared. So you just need to prepare him better for it. Does he have like behaviors of concern as well when he doesn't understand something?
Yes and no. I don't know the answer.
That's okay, because I just see him behaving physically, sort of like, and I'm not talking necessarily about him hurting anybody. I'm just like talking about whether, you know, he sort of like whether he hits himself or, you know, like that kind of, it's like the frustration of not knowing and not understanding. And also Spirit is saying to me what the recovery is going to be like as well. All right, but it's got to be put in a positive, you know, like whatever medication, you know, you're going to take tablets for this and that's going to help with this and you're going to feel better, but it's all about the preparation for him.
Okay.
All right. And then I just see everything kind of like taping down, right? And kind of like settling for a while with him, at least in the physical body. I know mentally that's an ongoing thing with a disability, but with the physical, I just see it settling down.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network. You're
everyone from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a master's degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm so passionate about helping parents, helping teachers, caretakers, and guardians combine the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. If you'd like to work with me, please visit my website at brandycahn.com. So for today's show, we will be going through the transits that we have for this week. We've got some big things in store that I can't wait to tell you about. And towards the end of the show, there will be time for a caller. So if you're someone who wants a tarot spread, wanting to know what the month of August will hold for you, please call into the show. I would love to hear from you. So for our transits for this week, let's jump right in. We're right here at the end of the month of July, and Wednesday, tomorrow, July 30th, we will have the planet Venus move into the sign of Cancer. So Venus is the planet of love, beauty, money, and values. And she will slip into the nurturing and emotional waters of the sign of Cancer. So this shift, this change in signs is going to bring a tender, heart-centered energy that really will make us want to focus more at home with our family on emotional connection and comfort. So we've been through the last few weeks, Venus in the sign of Gemini. And Venus in Gemini really was a playful energy, very curious, with a love to communicate, all right? But Venus in Cancer is going to be different. Venus in Cancer will invite us to really soften and to feel more deeply and to prioritize our emotional safety in our relationships. So during this transit, we will really be equipped to express love through care, through protection, through acts of emotional presence. And we might crave deeper intimacy during this time, or the familiar comfort of home cooked meals or time spent with our loved ones. So the themes that I want you to embrace over the next few weeks are deepening emotional bonds with your family or close friends. And also another one, decorating or beautifying your home, changing something in your home, making it more aesthetically pleasing. You will also be expressing love through nurturing, through empathy, and emotional support. And it's a great time to reflect on what makes you feel safe, what makes you feel valued in your relationships. And this is also the optimal time, you guys, to reconnect with your roots, with your ancestry, or childhood memories. Now, there are some things I want you to watch out for, okay? So I want you to watch out for being a little bit overly sensitive, okay? Or taking things too personally, especially in your relationships over the next few weeks. And watch out for mood driven decisions in love or money that really lack long term clarity. We also want to make sure that we're not holding on too tightly to the past, and make sure that you're not avoiding conflict just to keep the peace, because that can create a lot of emotional buildup and you don't want that during this time. So be aware of feeling insecure or needing constant reassurance in your relationships. This is going to be a beautiful time to focus on emotional healing, especially in how we give and receive love. So Venus in Cancer really invites us and reminds us that vulnerability can be a strength. Okay, vulnerability can be a strength, and that true connection really begins with creating a safe space for both ourselves and others. So I want you to ask yourselves over the next few weeks, what does emotional safety really look like for you? And how can you offer it to the people that you love? Now, for those of you who are parents, this time when Venus is moving into Cancer, the energy of love is going to be much more emotionally sensitive, nurturing, and protective. Okay. And it's really going to be important for those of you who are parents to pay attention to this. Okay. Because your children may become more emotionally expressive or clingy, or they just might need extra comfort or reassurance and connection during this time. So it's a great time to really slow down, to soften your tone, and to lean into emotional availability. Your child doesn't need for you to be the perfect parent. You just really need for you to be present, fully present with them. So prioritize emotional attunement, tune into your child's nonverbal cues during this time. So even small gestures like sitting together quietly or just listening to what they have to say can go a long way. And focus on creating a safe emotional environment. So children might be more sensitive during this time. So be really careful with the way that you speak to them. All right. They might take, if you're speaking to them with a harsh tone, they can take it really personally, or if they feel like you're being dismissive, they can take that very personally. So instead, create a space for their feelings to be acknowledged and soothed. And it's a perfect time. It's the perfect time to embrace rituals of connection. All right. So reinforce a sense of belonging with family meals, with bedtime stories, and cuddles on the couch. And watch out for emotional projection. All right. If you find yourself more reactive or easily triggered during this time, check in with your own emotional needs and see, what is it that you need? What needs do you have that are not being met? Because Venus in Cancer can also stir up old wounds, especially around your childhood or unmet needs. And for parents, those of you who are parents of teenagers, don't be surprised if your teenager seems a little bit more moody or withdrawn. And instead of pushing them or forcing them to talk, just let them know that you're emotionally available. Now, on Thursday, July 31st, the sun will conjunct Mercury retrograde. Okay. And this is what's known as a cazimi. Okay, so cazimi means in the heart of the sun. So when we have a planet that's conjunct the sun, it's known as a cazimi, and there's a purification that takes place, so to speak. So I want you to think of this as a cosmic reset. It's a moment of clarity inside the usual fog of Mercury retrograde, because we're in Mercury retrograde right now. So it's an absolutely great time to instill new mental habits. This alignment marks the midpoint of Mercury retrograde, all right? And while Mercury is still moving backward from our perspective, the sun's light can bring insight, can bring revelation, and renewed awareness around issues dealing with communication, mindset, and decisions that have been delayed or a little bit clouded. So you may receive a message, an idea, or a realization that helps you to correct your course during this time. But remember, it's not the best time for action just yet, but it is a great time to listen, to reflect, and to receive insight before moving forward after Mercury goes direct. So I want you during this time to reflect on recurring communication themes from the past 2 weeks. What's been coming up for you? And revisit an old project, a plan, or a conversation with a new perspective. I also want you to pay attention to insights that come through synchronicities or quiet moments and to slow down and allow inner clarity to emerge. So avoid rushing into new agreements or contracts, okay? Avoid making impulsive decisions based on sudden insight and avoid speaking too quickly because clarity comes from listening more than reacting. Also, don't overload your schedule during this time, okay? It will be very easy to feel a little bit mentally overwhelmed with this aspect. Now, for parents during the Kazemi, Mercury's retrograde. So it's not the best time to push new strategies or new discipline methods, okay? It's a great time to really pause, reflect, and listen more deeply than usual. So I want you to reflect on your communication habits with your child. Are you listening with presence whenever they speak to you? And do you truly feel heard by your child? Give your child space to express themselves freely, especially if they've been feeling misunderstood lately. It's also a great time to revisit unfinished conversations in a calm and curious tone more than a corrective one. And observe your child's patterns without judgment, especially if they're repeating behavior that may signal that something deeper is at play. Okay. So during this time, I don't want you to assume that your child should know better. All right. Remember, they're also feeling all of this energy. They may be feeling mentally foggy. They may be feeling emotionally misunderstood. So keep that in mind and don't overload their schedule. All right. This is the time to really keep everything light and flexible on this day and make sure you're paying attention to your intuition, especially your intuition around how your child is feeling and processing events during this time. On Friday, August 1st, we will have Venus squaring Saturn. So Venus will be in the sign of Cancer, forming a square to Saturn in the sign of Pisces. So Venus, the planet of love, pleasure, beauty, connection, in a tense aspect to the planet of boundaries, responsibility, and restriction, which is Saturn, we could end up feeling emotionally blocked. We could feel unseen. We could feel doubtful of our self worth, especially when it comes to our close relationships. So, this is not the warm, fuzzy Venus energy that we typically think of with this transit, okay? This transit really invites us to get real about our emotional needs and our relational expectations and the places where our fear or past wounds are still shaping how we give and receive love. So the energy with this transit, might leave you feeling emotionally distant. You might feel rejected in your close relationships. You might be doubting whether you are enough or whether you're doing enough or whether you are lovable. There could also be a heightened awareness of responsibilities and duties that you have within your relationships. There might also be financial pressures, especially around spending or emotional spending. You might find yourself really wanting closeness, really wanting connection, but feeling blocked somehow. So the gift of this transit really invites us to ask, which of my relationships are built to last? And where do I need stronger boundaries or softer ones in my relationships? So here's what you do. This is what I want you to do. I want you to reflect on your relationship patterns, especially where you may be holding back emotionally. And be patient with yourself or others if your emotions feel a little bit colder or distant, or if others seem to be coming across you as if they are a little bit colder or more withdrawn or more distant than they typically are. And take responsibility for your part, for your role in your relationships with compassion. Okay. No, we don't really want to blame ourselves. This is not about, running ourselves through the ringer. We're really wanting to be compassionate observation instead of judgmental blame. And it's a great time to revisit long term financial or relational goals and make rounded adjustments. So during this time, I really want you to try hard. Okay. Try hard, not to withhold love or affection from others out of a sense of maybe fear of vulnerability or out of a sense of wanting to hurt or punish someone. Okay. So we want to avoid that. It's not what we want to do. Also, don't make let me start over. Also, avoid making major relationship or financial decisions impulsively. And we also want to make sure that we are not shutting down emotionally. This is a great time to stay open, even gently. Okay, so Venus square Saturn might feel a little difficult, but that same day, Friday, August the 1st, guess what? We've got another aspect, another transit with Venus, I should say. Venus will be aspecting, squaring Neptune. So we're getting different types of energy within the same 24-hour period. So with this one, Venus and Cancer squaring Neptune and Pisces. So this can be a romantic, yet really confusing transit when it comes to astrology because Venus wants to love and be loved. But Neptune may cast a hazy glow over reality and blur the lines between fantasy and truth. What's real and what's not real. So, under this transit, our emotions can run deep, but so can disillusionment. I want you to remember that. We may long for this sense of idealized love, for spiritual connection, or emotional escape. But there's also the risk of misunderstandings, of misplaced trust, or disappointment. So it's a beautiful day for music, for creativity and compassion, but it's not the best time to make big decisions about relationships or money. Because you might be feeling during this day confusion in your relationships. Well, what's real and what was I just hoping for? You might be noticing idealism or illusions about love, beauty, or connection. You might be feeling a desire to escape reality or avoid emotional discomfort. You might also, on the positive side, be sensing heightened creativity or stronger spiritual sensitivity, which is a great thing. So, what I want you to do, I want you to channel your emotions on this day into art, into music, into poetry, spiritual practice, and practice compassion and forgiveness, especially toward yourself. Enjoy romance, beauty, but keep your expectations grounded in reality. And you can offer gentle support to your loved ones, but I want you to hold on to the healthy boundaries. Avoid making major financial or romantic decisions today and avoid ignoring red flags or over idealizing someone or a situation and seeing only what you want to see. So, also be careful about believing every single thing that you hear because clarity is fogged under this influence. Now, for parents during this transit for your children, I want you to lead with a clear sense of emotional softness because your children may be feeling especially tender, sensitive. Okay. So let's respond with kindness, even if, your child is feeling or seeming a little spaced out, or very, very emotional, and offer reassurance. if you need to, because children might be more prone to misinterpreting your tone of voice, or if there's conflict, they're very sensitive to that. So keep communication warm and clear. Also, encourage creative expression. It's a wonderful day for music, for painting, for them to tell stories, use their imagination, let them express what's been very hard for them to say. And watch out for escapist behavior, especially with teens. They may want to withdraw into their screens, fantasy, or isolation. So it's a beautiful day to nurture connection through presence, not perfection, and meet your child where they are with soft eyes, with open arms, and grounded love. They may not remember what you said, but they will always remember how you made them feel. All right, so those are the transits for this week. Now it's time for our caller, and we do have Kelly from Florida. Hi, Kelly.
Hello, how are you?
Fine. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I'm really excited for
Kelly.
my reading.
Awesome. So are you ready to see what the month of August is going to hold for you?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to shuffle the cards and let's see what's in store for Kelly for the month of August. Let's see. What do we have for Kelly? Oh. All right, Kelly, and I just want you to tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Okay, let's see what we've got. Hey, all right. So, Kelly, we're looking at what's going on right now. We do have the Nine of Cups. That's one of my favorite cards in the tarot deck because it's like, that's the card that's like wishes granted, or I'm really feeling a deep sense of fulfillment in most of the areas in my life. So, do you understand that for right now, that that may be what you're feeling or experiencing in your life?
Yes.
Okay. We've got the challenge card of the Ace of Pentacles, and the Ace of Pentacles is all about the potential for a new opportunity, could be a new job, a new way of making money. There's something about a change that could be making you feel a little bit destabilized or questioning whether or not you want to make the change. Maybe you're like, well, I don't want to upset the balance that I have right now, so I'm afraid to make this change. Would that make sense for you?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And so what I want you to know, the first 2 weeks of August, it looks like we've got here, things are going to happen quickly. So if there's change that's coming, it looks like there's change that's coming. There's something new that's coming, and it's going to happen rather quickly over the first 2 weeks of August. It's like, wow, where did all this come from? It happened all of a sudden. Okay. But I do want you to know by the end of the month, though, it does look like you've settled into a good sense of your personal power, feeling intuitively connected, feeling emotionally connected, feeling emotionally safe and secure. Okay. Does this make sense so far?
Okay, great. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And the power, your personal power that you have right now, we do have the Empress card, which is this is the card of nurturing, of femininity, also of finances as well, just really strong emotional connection. So it seems as if right now that's where your sense of power is coming from. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it you or someone else that's thinking about either? I've got the Hierophant here, and usually when that comes up, someone might be thinking about going back to school or starting a new course or teaching. There's something here about either teaching, learning. Would that make sense?
Yes. I don't know about teaching, but definitely learning. I just got a life coach and stuff, and I'm like, doing a lot of shadow work with myself and like learning about me. And it could be teaching. I'm kind of trying to mentor some women, but that kind of has a hiccup in it right now. So I was seeing if that might work out in the long run.
Okay. Well, the outcome card, it's funny you mentioned that. The outcome card for your spread, we do have the 3 of Pentacles. That's the card of teamwork, like of working together with others in a group. And that's the outcome that I've got here for the month of August. So that's a definite yes. It looks like that will be working out for you. The hiccups that you talk about, all right? In the answer card position, we do have the 6 of Swords. That's the card of things may have been a little bit rough or choppy or unsettled in one area of my life, but I'm moving into calmer and smoother waters. Okay. All right. So that's the answer card. If that was your main question, that's funny because that came up in the answer position of, moving past the difficulties, moving past the challenges into calmer, smoother waters. And I love the fact that you talked about life coaching for women. Remember, I mentioned that your personal power card was the Empress, the card of femininity. Okay. We've got Venus here of women. So I just intuitively, as I'm feeling into this, I do feel that Mercury retrograde ends around August the 11th. So right now is the perfect time for you to be reviewing and going over, okay, so once this takes off, because this is going to take off, this is going to work out for you. But once it takes off, what needs to be in place? That's what I want you to be doing right now. I want you to be using the energy of Mercury retrograde to go back and review and say, okay, I need to make sure this is done. This is done. This is in place. Everything's set. Because after Mercury goes direct, my feeling is that everything is going to kind of fall in place for you.
Okay, great.
Okay. And then once it happens, remember, we've one of the cards that I told you about earlier, things are going to happen very, very quickly for you. So this lull that you're experiencing, this break in activity where it seems like everything's just kind of like slowed down or I've hit a snag here, it's actually working to your benefit.
Okay, great.
Does that make sense for you? Yeah, definitely.
Yes, it does.
Definitely. And I really applaud you. Life coaching, working with other women, trying to be someone who's making a difference. I love that, Kelly. I love that. And I think it's such a positive thing that you're doing. And I wish you so much luck with that. And thank you so much for calling in today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You've given me I feel more calm and at peace now. So thank you.
You're so welcome. Thanks again, Kelly, and you have a good week.
You too. Bye.
And that wraps up our show for today. And like I like to remind you every single week, the stars may guide us, but we ultimately hold the power to shape our destiny. So keep shining your light bright, set your intention to have an amazing week, to live at your highest potential. And I'll see you back here again next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, you're having an absolutely fantastic week. Here in Australia, we're in the grips of winter, and I'm not a winter person, so excuse me if my teeth chatter part of the way through the show. I really do not like winter. I'm a summer person. But anyway, besides my little gripe about the weather, I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Wheel of Fortune. Now, this is probably one of my favourite cards, and probably a lot of people's favourite card, because it's the elevation of money. Now, most of us could do with a little bit more money in our pocket to spend. It's, cost of living around the world is getting more and more expensive. And people are sort of saying to me they really are struggling to sort of keep up with everything that's going on in their lives at the moment. So it's really interesting when this card comes out. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the lottery or you're going to have a big lotto win or something like that, but it is saying to you that there is opportunities here for some elevation in money. So look around, see if there's some other way that you can sort of cut household expenses, compare bills, get a better deal, have a garage sale, sell some things online that you no longer need, and that will give you a little bit of more money in your pocket. So, look for some creative ways to create the opportunity there to bring a little bit more money into your life at the moment with the Wheel of Fortune. The secondary meaning of this card is also completion phases. So it's telling us that there's a number of things that are coming to a completion in your life at the moment, and you need to be prepared and ready for those changes that are coming along. So happy birthday to all the Leos at the moment. It's the Leo time of the year where people get out there and strut their stuff. So happy birthday if it's your time of the year. And it's an exciting time of the year because it sort of means that the year's sort of ramping up towards the end now. Once we get to the Leo sort of energy, we're past the halfway mark. We're sort of, racing towards the finish line of the end of another year. And we start to sort of look at the things that we haven't done in our lives. We go back and we might have a little glance at all those New Year's resolutions that were such a long time ago. How have we performed in those? Have we really sort of achieved the things that we were looking to achieve? If not, now's the time to sort of give it a little bit of a revamp and a sort of a push towards the finish line and say, okay, now we've got to really sort of start ramping things up and try and achieve those goals that we set out about doing. And it's interesting because the sun at the moment is conjunct or holding hands Mercury, the planet of communication. Now, look, I've had loads and loads of questions about this. Mercury's retrograde again. Yes, Mercury does this 3 times a year for approximately 2.5 to 3 weeks at a time. So it's no surprise, and it's usually roughly around the same time every year that Mercury goes retrograde. So I really don't understand sometimes what the fuss is about. Whether or not it's people are just discovering Mercury retrograde and think, oh my goodness, how come I've got through my life all up until now and I knew nothing about Mercury retrograde, and now all of a sudden I'm feeling the effects of it. And that can be quite true, because as we start to open ourselves up and we become more aware of our surroundings and the things that are going on around us, and we try and tune into our own energy and listen to our own psychic ability or our own hunches or gut feeling, whatever label you want to put on it, we start to be much more aware of things that are going on in our lives. And I think as the world is moving and progressing so fast, there is a sort of a speed that seems to be building up around psychic ability too. People are, yes, going at a frenetic pace in their life, but they're also tuning in more than what they were even 5 years ago. So this sort of explains the reasons why people are so much more aware of a Mercury retrograde. So what does a Mercury retrograde mean? A Mercury retrograde means anything that's connected towards communication can go out the window. If you've got a laptop, a cell phone, a device of some kind, this is the time when we have breakdowns, web websites get glitches in them, things don't work properly. Triple check if you're shopping online at the shopping cart that everything is secure, that you haven't put in your wrong credit card details. This is the time when those sort of things, because we're not paying as much attention as what we should be, and this is the time when we really need to be laser focused. On a more personal level, this is not the time to bring up that really nagging issue with your partner that you've been going to talk about all year. I would suggest you leave it till a better time, because traditionally under a Mercury retrograde, most people don't have their listening ears on. They've got them on, yeah, I'm listening, but they're focused on something else, or their mind is wandering on something else, or the next thing that they need to do. So there's not always a total commitment to concentration and really listening to what the other person's saying. By the same token, if you're in a two-way conversation, you may be guilty of that too. Yes, I think I'm listening, but I'm going over, my report that I've had to sign off on work at today, or something I've got to do. So you're not really giving it 100% focus. This is not the time to sign a contract unless you absolutely desperately have to. And there's times in your lives where you can't get away from a Mercury retrograde and you do need to sign a legal or a government document or a contract of some kind. If that's the case, ask for a few minutes to take it away, read it, and read it out aloud to yourself, so that way then you'll pick up if there's any mistakes. This is the time when wrong amounts of money gets put onto contracts, particularly if you're purchasing something, or something's left off, or something's just not right. So you want to make sure that everything that you're going to be signing or agreeing to is absolutely correct. I mean, Mercury retrogrades are a time when we should slow down a little bit and smell the roses a little bit, and start planning or thinking about or resting up or whatever. It's not necessarily a time of go, and action. And I'm not saying that, 9 weeks of the year you go and sort of sit under a tree in your hammock either. I'm saying it's a time when we can sort of regroup, we can reorganize things, we can revisit things. So use this time very wisely. It will be happening until August 11. So we've still got a little bit of time there. We've still got nearly 2 weeks there of the Mercury retrograde. And I always work on the score that even when Mercury has gone direct on August 11, that we still need to allow 2 or 3 days past that for Mercury to sort of stand still and then regather its momentum to start going forward. So I hope that's helped you. Mercury retrograde affects every single sign. It's not just because it's in Leo. Yes, it's affecting them more, and it's affecting the fire signs more, which are Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Aquarius, but it affects the whole 12 signs. I want to be very clear on that. So those of you that are seeking love, it's a very nice time of the year to be seeking love. Venus is sitting in the planet. Venus, the planet of love and affection, is sitting in Gemini. Now, regardless of what your star sign is, if you are seeking love with the Venus sitting in Gemini, it's asking you to get out and look around in your local environment. Get involved in some community activities, get involved in things that are local, so that you've got a chance of meeting somebody that's in your environment, but also somebody that's like-minded. If you all of a sudden decide to take up a hobby, or you decide to get involved with some community event or something at the local church, or something to do with the Scouts or the Guides, or, a children's event or whatever, then you're going to meet somebody that has the same principles and the same ideas and looks out at their attitude to life is similar to yours. So this is what Venus is asking for. If you're looking for love, no matter what your star sign is, get out in your local environment, participate in things, get involved in some sort of community event. There's always something happening in everybody's local community, whether there's been, a weather event, or whether they're fundraising for something. There's always something going on. And, quite often there's things connected with children which bring a community together too, whether they're fundraising for the local hospital or the children's wing, or to get a new playground, or whatever the case may be, but get yourself involved in some community events. So it's a really, really sort of interesting time at the moment, because lots of things are sort of changing, and things that we sort of feel that, we thought we had in control are now sort of feeling as if they're a tiny bit out of control. Now, Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected, has just moved into Gemini after a very, very long trek through Taurus. Now, I know Taurians are breathing a sigh of relief and saying, phew, thank goodness he's gone. He did really disrupt our lives in the time that he was here. And, I'm thankful thankful for the lessons and the changes that came about, but boy, am I pleased he's moved on to Gemini. Let them have a turn now. So it's interesting because when a planet first moves into an energy like that, it seems to be at its strongest, and it also seems to be at its strongest when it's coming to the end of the transit. And sort of while it's bedded in after it's in a few degrees, it sort of gets its own momentum and sort of, we get comfortable, I suppose, or more comfortable with it. So what does Uranus do? Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected. So Uranus asks us to get out of our ruts. It asks us to get out of our own road. And look, I know many people that sort of think that, by verbalizing something that they're having a bad day and they say, oh, I hate my job. And they say it a few times. And then all of a sudden, when they've lost the job, they say, oh, no, it was really the greatest thing that I ever had. Well, be very careful what you wish for or what you verbalize, what you send out to the universe, because the universe is listening. The universe's role is not to discriminate whether you were in a bad mood or whether you really meant it. They say, oh, well, she don't like the job, we'll get rid of it for them. So, be very careful about that. Uranus will be in Gemini for a number of years, 7 or 8 years from now. So just be aware of that. It's something that's going to be there for a long time. It's going to be definitely affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, but it is affecting each and every one of us, not quite so much for the other signs. It washes over you, but it's an opportunity there to me for something that can come out of nothing. So it's sometimes, ideas come literally out of the blue, and this is how Uranus works. So if you're working with the energy, the opportunities to clear away things that are old, out of date, things that no longer serve you can happen really quickly. And also it can replace them with things that are really exciting and new and different. So, just be aware of that not everything has to be a negative. We have Mars, the planet of action, is sitting in Virgo. Now, Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed. It's where our ego, our drive comes from. And when I use the word ego, I'm not running around telling everybody how great you are, but we all need to have some sort of ego or some sort of drive to motivate us to do something constructive with our lives. Now, while Mars is sitting in Virgo, it's an interesting energy here because Mars, to me, is asking you to get up off the couch and take a good, long, hard look at your life. Have a good, long, hard look at your diet, your exercise. Are you getting enough sleep? Have you got your life in balance? Now, I'm going to say, yes, it does affect the earth signs, but I'm going to say it affects each and every one of us. So the earth signs are Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus, and the opposite sign of Pisces. But it's washing over the other signs, the other remaining 8 signs, still very strongly. So it doesn't matter what your star sign is. It's asking you, are you looking after yourself? Are you getting adequate sleep? Are you moving enough? Are you getting enough exercise? Is your life in some sort of balance? Is there something there that we can do to change this? And it may be all of a sudden you've noticed you've got an ache or a pain or a lump or something that doesn't seem right. You think, oh, where'd that come from? Well, yes, it may have been manifesting for a little while, but all of a sudden you've seen it. So Mars is asking you to go off to the doctor, go off to a medical practitioner, get that sort of lump or that bump or something that you're concerned about checked out. Quite often things turn out to be absolutely nothing, but we won't make ourselves sick with worry because we don't go and seek the advice that we need. And this is a good time to sort of look at revamping what you're putting in your mouth. I'm a firm believer in food is medicine. And if we really look after ourselves the best way that we can and sort of try and reduce stress in our lives as much as we possibly can, it does show on our face. It does show on our skin. And people quite often ask me, what's the greatest moisturizer? And I say, a glass of water. Yes, you can spend all the money that you like on very expensive cosmetics and moisturizers and things like that, but if you don't take some of the basic things and look after yourself and give yourself plenty of water to hydrate your skin, then it doesn't matter how much money you spend on the external if it doesn't come from the internal. So that's just a little beauty tip, and that goes for males as well as females. We all need to stay hydrated. Jupiter's in Cancer at the moment. It will be there for the next 12 months. So Jupiter's sort of bringing a lot of opportunities to Cancerians and the other water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn. So it's asking us asking Cancers particularly, to really not miss these opportunities. It's an opportunity there to really expand their lives out, to have opportunities land in their lap. It's a great time if you're looking for a new job or a new career, or you're just sort of trying to bring your life more into a balance that suits you. It's a time to really shine. And sometimes Cancers are quite shy. They don't necessarily like to go out there and strut their stuff, but don't underestimate a Cancer. They can be incredibly tough. You know, they are a crab. That some crabs have a soft shell and some have a hard shell, and sometimes they be seen walking sideways to go forward, but that's okay. But there's a lot of change, a lot of opportunities coming up for Cancers, and it's a really good time for them. So finally, I want to wrap it up with Chiron. Chiron's been sitting in Aries now for a while. Chiron's not a planet. Chiron is the wounded healer. I'm mentioning this because lots of Aries people have been messaging me and saying, oh, you know, I thought everything was over with by now. I thought that sorting out my emotions and sorting out my physical health and repairing the damage to my family or friendship or whatever was over. No, it's not. Chiron's in the last few degrees of being in Aries, so just work with the energy. It is a time where you can heal yourself, whether it's emotionally, physically, repair relationships, or just come to terms with things that some things just aren't meant to be. So good luck there, Aries. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Tanya in Layton in Pennsylvania. Are you there, Tanya?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Tanya? Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer?
I don't think I do. If you're feeling anything,
you must have a reason you phoned into the show, sweetie. There's something you must want some help with.
Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. So do you have something you'd like me to answer for you?
No, just if there's anybody on the other side that is coming through.
They don't necessarily just come through because we request them to come through.
No.
It's a really interesting concept. People think that they're sitting on the other side waiting to have a conversation with us. That's not always the case. The only time that they like to come through from the other side is if they've really got something important to say. And to them, something like you deciding whether to buy a new car is not necessarily the number one thing in their mind or what they see as the most important thing. What I can tell you is, you know, you've got a lot of people on the other side taking care of you and looking out for you, but no one particular person is jumping forward and saying, hey, you know, tell Tanya this, because I feel that they feel that you're very much in control of where your life's going at the moment. Has there been a number of changes that you've been working through this year and it's sort of like I've almost got to the end of that now?
Hello?
Hello, has there been a number of changes in your life, Tanya, that you've been working through?
Not so many changes, no.
Well, that's what they were sharing with me, that there's been things that you've been working on and they're almost coming to a conclusion now. Like there's not a lot of things there that you really need to put a lot of effort into. It's a time coming up where you can just sort of coast along and, you know, get on with life and be happy with where your life's taking you, because there's no real major roadblocks or hurdles or things that you need to work through. Are your dreams getting more intense?
I have a hard time sleeping at night. So I haven't really been dreaming lately.
So do you know that what the reason is why you're having a hard time sleeping? Are you concerned about something, or is it just one of those times where your body just is not ready for sleep?
I'm not quite sure, actually. I don't know.
Okay. Well, are you busy during the day? Are you doing enough physical activity to make you tired?
Most days I am, yes. I just
Maybe
don't know, for some reason I haven't been dreaming.
Well, yeah, but we can dream and we sometimes aren't conscious of the fact that we've been dreaming. Sometimes it's just we go through that process during the night. But what they were showing me was is going to be a very intense period coming up where there's going to be some very definite, strong dreams that are going to be dreams about not so much what's going on in your life now, but what could be coming up in the future. It's like an advanced screening. It's like going to the movies and seeing where your life's going to be going in the next few years. And that's what they were showing me. There was particularly a male from the other side that was showing me that. Now, I was assuming by the way he came through with such authority, I would have said a grandfather or that age group. It wasn't a younger person. It was a more mature person, somebody that I feel in real life didn't have a lot to say, but when they said it, everybody took notice. So was that your grandfather?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he
might have been my father. My father died at 83.
Oh, okay. All right. But this man to me had He had a rounded sort of face, and I felt he had a moustache.
He did when he was younger.
Your father?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then it's
when he
Dad.
was
It's
a police
Dad coming through. But yeah, to me, he was showing me a much younger version of him, so that must have been when he thought he was his most attractive, and that's okay. But he was sharing with me he was a man that didn't have a lot to say, but when he said it, people took notice.
That is correct.
Yeah. He didn't interfere. That's the way I would describe it. He didn't volunteer his information unless you asked him, and then he'd be very selective in the words that he gave. Well, he's around you, he's looking out for you, and he's telling me that there is some changes coming up, and he will give you the information in dream form when the time's right. He's telling me there's nothing to worry about. You're sleeping more than what you realise. He just says that you're just not aware of your dreaming.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Lovely to talk to you, sweetie. So we're going to talk with Terry now in Houston in Texas. Are you there, Terry?
I am.
You have a question I can answer for you, Terry?
I know I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure where to start other than my life has been kind of ruled by Epstein-Barr and other viruses, and I started healing them 10 years ago, but I kind of want to know, I guess, what the next chapter is going to be. I'm still working on healing, or if anybody, actually, just whatever spirit has.
Okay, sweetie. Look, it's always very difficult when you've got something like Epstein-Barr virus, and I had it, so I can sympathise with you, because there is really no cure. It's a matter of finding what works for you, and what works for you won't necessarily work for the next person. It's a very peculiar sort of virus that stays dormant in your system even once you think you've beaten it, and comes back again at any time that you get very run down. So I think you've just got to follow your own instincts here at, what feels right. If, you read something online or somebody suggests something, go back and ask yourself, does that sit comfortably with me? You don't have to take on board every person's piece of advice, because what worked for them might not necessarily work for you. I'm going to say to you, I'm not a doctor, and I really can't prescribe anything, but I'm going to say to you, part of what you experienced with this virus was physical, but part of it was also psychic. It was almost like we needed to get you to stand still long enough, or sit still long enough, so that we could work on you on another level. Does that sit comfortably with you?
Yeah.
It was like a two-way thing. Physically, we slowed you down. Yes, you were sick, and there's no two ways about that. But over here on this hand, it was like that gave spirit the opportunity to work on you, to start fine-tuning things, to be able to put things into your soul or into your mind that prior to the virus, you were too busy. They couldn't get you to stand still long enough to give you this information, or to give you this suggestion or whatever. So there was a reason for it, but it was sort of like a two-pronged thing. Yes, it was on the physical, but it was also over here on the psychic or the spiritual side of things. So that's sort of all coming into balance now. It's interesting because they're showing me green vegetables. Are you not a fan of them?
No, I love them. That's what I'm eating. I'm comfortable with the physical healing path I'm on, but no, I mean.
Good. Well, they're just showing me more and more green vegetables. As many as you can fit in is the answer.
Okay.
That's why I questioned whether or not you didn't like them, because they weren't just showing me a bowl full of broccoli or whatever. They were showing me they were mounding it up really high, and it was like, oh, wow, there's much to eat,
No, I love
like,
broccoli.
wow. Okay. Yeah, good, because that was the one vegetable that they showed me greens in particular, but broccoli was the major portion of this. So obviously there's some sort of healing benefit in there for you. And I firmly believe that our body tells us what we need. You know what I mean? We can eat that to a certain point, and then all of a sudden, if I don't want that anymore, I want carrots. Well, then follow what your body's sort of telling you. It's also interesting too, because I feel in the last 2 years, there's been a lot of emotional letting go that you may not have even been physically aware of, that you were working through, because they keep showing me that your life we've all had traumas in our lives. There's nobody that's had a perfect life, but what you had and different stages in your life was really compounded maybe by other things that happened around the same time, or you weren't given the opportunity to work through those emotions or understand them or whatever, and you've had to go back and do it now as an adult. Does that relate to you?
Yes. I mean, like I said, I've just been, I feel like I've been stagnated emotionally, I guess. And I never did have a family or have a relationship with a man, you know, that kind of thing that I could sustain. I mean, so yes. And I'm probably just totally oblivious because I was just trying to make sense of things on my own understanding, which is not
which
good.
is the right way to do it. What they were showing me was that, you know, with this illness, and you were, you know, there was times there where you probably couldn't get out of bed. You were so sick and did nothing but sleep, you know, sort of go in and out of different stages of sleep. During that time was when spirit was working on you on an emotional level, like working through some of these layers and discarding things that were no longer necessary, things that they didn't want you to hold on to. So I think in the next 6 months, you're going to find, number one, your energy levels are going to come right back up to where they were before you got sick. Two, I think you're going to be very definite in decisions and choices that you're going to make. Say you go down the street and you're going to buy a new car. You'll walk in and say, I want that one. And they'll say, but you say, no, I told you I want that one. And you'll be very firm about things that how you want things to be, and you won't let anybody bully you or try and change your mind. And this is part of the new person that you're becoming. And I know you said you didn't have, you know, a proper family and you haven't had relationships and all those sort of things. And, you know, maybe that was the journey that your soul chose before you came here. We can't always sort of say, well, what's right or what's wrong. You know, we make these choices before we come on earth, but they are showing me a very oversized pink heart. Now, normally when they show me that, that means new love's coming. So there's no one significant in your life at the moment, Terry?
No, just 8 cats.
Okay, well, the cat's wonderful, and I'm sure the cat makes you smile and gives you lots of cuddles, but there's a person coming. So not just, you know, the love and support from the cat. But I feel that the person that's coming into your life won't be coming in till about March next year. I feel he's walked a very long, hard road too. The two of you will sit down and, you know, there's an instant connection there. There's an instant attraction, you know, and you feel very comfortable with each other. It's like finding the other half of you. And as you get to know each other and you get to know, you know, the stories that made you who you are, you'll find that your lives have been very similar. So it's sort of like a healing as well as a wonderful connection and a really nice opportunity. So you're on the right path, Terry. Don't give up. Eat plenty of broccoli and get ready for the new man, and give the cat a pat for me. Anyway, that's lovely. That's where we're going to leave Terry today. It's always interesting when we get physical illnesses, and particularly viruses, that sometimes there is no cure for, and we have to explore it ourselves. We have to listen to what our own bodies are telling us and how we maneuver our way through it. But sometimes it also has a psychic connotation or a healing in that way that goes on from that direction as well. So, you know, don't underestimate the power of healing, and don't underestimate listening to your own body and following what comes naturally to you. This week I want to leave you with I suppose a fairly controversial song. It's a song that's, again, showing my age, somebody that, you know, didn't happen last week. And it's a very powerful song, and I really have immense respect for this female entertainer. She's written some really gutsy songs. She's written songs that people don't dare to talk about relationships and breakups and, you know, he wasn't the right partner for me and got to take the kids and go and all those sort of things. But this particular song I think is a really nice song, and I think it is very gutsy, and it helps people understand that sometimes we've got to make choices that we're not happy with. It's Tony Childs, and the song is Don't Walk Away. So until next week, we won't be walking away. We've got plenty more shows coming up over the next few days here on the network. So enjoy, and we'll look forward to seeing you again next week. And stay warm, and if you're in somewhere that's hot and sunny, have a nice cold drink on me. Bye for now.
Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
welcome to Good Vibrations. It's nice to see you here. I hope you had a great week. Today was a special day for me. Today, I went to my youngest grandson's elementary school graduation. And it was really nice. He was excited. He was sitting up close. He could see us. But I have to tell you, I have 4 grandchildren, and I've been to each of their graduations, assorted graduations. But this one kind of hit home. All of a sudden, I really felt grief overwhelm me. I missed my husband. My daughter-in-law lost both her parents, and I was feeling her grief. And I think that grief kind of unites us. I mean, most people who are here for mediums, one of the biggest reasons is they go because they're grieving. And I've learned a lot about grief.